Hey everyone, welcome in. Welcome in Red Light and Bear and no one else. um, no one else who possibly say keeps spreading the rumor that I'm stinky. Um, I refute that. But yeah, welcome in everyone. Hope you're all having a good weekend. How's everyone's weekend going? What are you guys up to? We're having like a rare sunny week here in Vancouver. Like it's usually just like pretty bad weather all winter and stuff, but recently apparently all week it's supposed to be quite sunny. So don't know what I'm going to do with that information, but probably nothing, but just enjoy the weather, I guess. You woke up mad early today, 4 a.m. Why? What time did you sleep? I ate a Dr. Pepper earlier today, and it wasn't as good as I remember. Oh, so you decided not to have it at nighttime because at 7 p.m. that wouldn't be good. So then you had it today, and it was disappointing. I think you can join our like non Dr. Pepper enjoyer club because it's kind of bad. I started watching Loki season 1. Oh, how are you liking it? I like Loki season 1, but I like season 2 more. You got mad early too, 9 a.m. Mad early, yeah, you're right. You're a sensible man. Yeah, I don't have caffeine after like 12 p.m. or like 1. Even 12 might be too late, honestly. Also, my bangs are really annoying. I haven't gone to my haircut. I haven't gone to the hairdresser since I was not since I was gonna say like an age. I haven't gone to the hairdresser since June. So like I don't think like that's why my bangs are so long. It's just like completely like even when I take them out, it's just like they're not the right length, you know? You're watching Hotel de Luna? I love Hotel de Luna. Isn't IU so pretty? I love her. What did I miss yesterday? What did we talk about yesterday? We talked about a lot of things. We got into a lot of deep conversations, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember the nature of them. You already watched it a while ago and enjoyed it, but I gotta watch it again since you're marveling. Of course, of course. Cyber season 2 though, haven't seen that one. It's really, really good. I think you'll like it. Especially if you like season 1. Because I thought season 1 of Loki was like fine. Like I was like, oh like season 1's like alright, you know? But season 2 was really great. But I don't know. It's probably just the cast. And welcome in Maestro. How are you doing today? You're in episode 11. I can't remember how long it is, but it's a great show. One of the few K dramas that I'm just like was very invested in. It's like, mostly because of IU. That show opened my eyes to IU because like my friend kept saying like, "Oh, IU's so beautiful. Like IU's like the most beautiful person ever." And I was like, I seen like pictures of her, and I was like, "Yeah, she's pretty, but like." I don't really get that, you know? And then I watched the show and I'm like, no, I'm on board. I'm completely on board. I'm like, now I'm completely in love with IU. You're cooking pasta because you have to step out an hour for a Discord call with your study group over a project. Working on a Sunday. That sucks, man. Good luck. um, I have like a itchy part out here. Do you guys get like random, not like bug bites, but like do you guys get like random bumps on your skin that just like go away in like a few hours? Maybe just because you like scratched it or something? You're doing well. You're going to IHOP in a bit. Damn, okay. Enjoy IHOP. I recently finished The Good Place, and they always talk about IHOP, but it's like not IHOP, the restaurant. It's like a running joke. And welcome in, Falcon. Hope you're doing well today. One more week until big day. Is something exciting happening? She looks so good in those dresses in Hotel de Luna. I know! Her outfits are incredible. Like, oh, every time she like changes her outfit like constantly, right? And then she's like, oh, every time she steps out, like my favorite is that white outfit that she wears to get mandu. Like she goes to that restaurant, she wears that white outfit. Oh, it looks so. That's my favorite one. It's like quite early on, but it's amazing. Um, and welcome in Kirby. There's a new ice climber game. Well, you sound like an ice climber fan, so good luck. I mean, not good luck, but like hopefully that comes out. That sounds great. It's Denny's? No, it's like this like interdimensional thing. I can't remember what it stands for. Rolling for Arlequin. Oh, that's the big day. Okay, okay. Well, good luck. Good luck on your rolls. Sounds like you're feeling better. Glad you're feeling better. Oh yeah, yeah. I've been better for a while now, but thank you, Sushi. I appreciate it. You said, did you say you were sick as well? It's hard to keep track of everyone who's sick. Everyone is ill. I like how she appears with the katana and then a shotgun just because she can. She looks so. Oh my god, she's so cool. She's so cool. She's like elegant but scary, and that's like a pretty hot combo. Who's Mandu? No, when they go out to eat, like they go to the dumpling restaurant. You know the one? And she's wearing this like white jacket and like skirt, and she looks really good. It's like right at the start. You got 90 pulls saved. You think you should be fine? Nice, nice. Are you on 50-50 though? 90 pulls. Or do you have a guarantee? You're rolling for Shenhe? Me too. You know I'm rolling for Shenhe. And I'm getting that skin. I'm ready. Interdimensional house of it's something like that. I can't remember what it is. The pancakes are like some like space, not like space thing, but like I don't know. I can't remember what it stands for. I was not paying enough attention. I was like half watching some of Good Place because like you guys know I got kind of bored in the middle. I felt like it dragged a bit, like in season 3. 59 pity since Chaska. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, then you're totally fine. You can get Arlecchino easily. Yeah, we can talk about IU all day, honestly. Also, really like Kang Mina as Yuna. I think like her and forgot his name. The doorman. They're so cute. Are you planning on cosplaying as Shenhe one day? Nah. You can only ever eat one pancake at restaurants like Denny's and IHOP. I know they give you like a huge stack of pancakes and they're just like drenched in like whipped cream and like oh my god, it's so bright. It's so bright. Should I close I should probably close my blinds. I'm being blinded. Welcome in Ratsi. Does she like Changsong? Of course, of course. But they have kind of like a slow burn, you know? Like they have a very slow burn relationship, you know? Okay, I'm gonna close my blinds. Okay, give me like 1 minute. I'm gonna go to BRB because my blinds make a very loud sound. I'll be back with closed blinds. Hold on. Okay, okay, I'm back. Yeah, the process cannot be seen. It would be it's a very secret process. I had those like it'd be great to have those. I feel like those, you know, the automatic blinds are so fancy. I actually one of my blinds, these blinds like roll down, right? And it got stuck one day before stream. So then I panicked and then I like unrolled it. So now with this blind on this side is like misaligned. So like when I roll it all the way up, it like stops like for like this, like there's like this much still the blinds left, and then when I roll it all the way down, it's like too far. It's like misaligned now, and I don't know how to fix it. I like tried to roll it back, and then I'm like, oh, it's like impossible because it's like the rolled up part is like inside a thing. It's like you can't really access it well. It might be a state secret because I can't go in there. What do you prefer, IHOP or Denny's? I've only been to those places a few times. Like I don't think IHOP is very common in Vancouver. But there is a couple IHOPs around. I think I prefer Denny's though. Cause I feel like IHOP, it's like, yeah, they have a lot of pancakes, but like Denny's has pancakes too, and they also have like other stuff. But I probably still wouldn't go. You know, like I probably wouldn't go regularly because like it's pretty expensive to buy like a breakfast, you know? Like you're paying like you go to Denny's and you get like a breakfast platter. It's like $15 like for like just like egg, toast, sausage, maybe some pancakes or something, you know? Like I'm like, wow, it's really expensive. But it's a special occasion kind of thing. Like if I really but then like the thing is, there's like really like Vancouver, we're really into brunch. Like there's some really nice fancy brunch places. So like with that $15, you can go to like an actually very nice brunch place and like get some like really like get like a much more like upscale kind of brunch, you know? That's why so I don't think Denny's and IHOP are that popular. Just because we're super into brunch. Um but yeah, it's my lighting is so much better after I close the blinds. That was such a disaster. I can't believe the sun would mess up my stream like that. It's really after me. I've been just leaving them open because it's so dark, right? Like it's so dark because it's winter, but apparently not. It just decided to be like a really sunny time, which I guess I won't complain. But I have my sunscreen. I wore sunscreen yesterday. It was crazy. Also, I did post in the Discord yesterday, but after going back to Pilates after 5 weeks, I was like, we were doing like we were doing some like crunches in the warm up, and I was like dying, and I was like, oh, I'm dying in the warm up. This is not a good idea. I was like, my life was flashing before my eyes while we were doing the warm up. I was like, oh no, I'm already in pain. Like we did like when you curl up, like this part of your abs like hurts so bad. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. And then we did more ab workouts at the end, but I was like, I was done. Like there was no like I was falling apart at the end, and she was aware of that. And today I was having a lot of my arms were very tired as well because we did so many lats. Every time I don't do lats for a while, it's like when you go back, it's like how do I even like what is this muscle? Like this is not a regularly used muscle, right? So I was actually just like, this muscle is the most sore, like more than my arms. It was my lats. I have my heated blanket. This is if you guys wondering why I have had this blanket here for a while. It's like I realized like if your back is sore, like not just your muscles, but like you know sometimes you just like you know you're old, you have your back hurts. I realized, you know, it's very nice to put heat on it. And then I was like, I have a heated blanket, so I put the heated blanket on the back of my chair. And now when I lean back on the chair, it's like soothing. So if I ever have back pain, I'm just like, it's very nice. Cause like otherwise you'd have to like you'd have to like get like a heated bean bag or whatever those things are, and then you have to like put it on your back manually, which is like kind of hard to do. But this way I could just sit down normally and I can just, you know, have a nice heat therapy. I know I'm old. I get back pain more frequently. It's crazy. Another K drama I like is Love Alarm. That's the one with yeah, it's the one with Song Kang, right? He's very handsome man. That one seemed a bit too cheesy for me though. This one piece of hair, man. Stay there. Okay, good job. No, yeah, I was trying to stall at the start of my like I haven't seen my Pilates instructor in like 5 weeks, so like I was like, so if I just get her to talk, she'll talk for like 5 minutes, 5 10, not 10, maybe not 10 minutes, but like she'll talk for a while. So I was like, I actually didn't have to like get her to talk. She just kind of had a lot to tell me after 5 weeks, I guess. And usually I'm like, well, you know, I'm paying for this time, but I was like, I'm not gonna survive the whole 50 minutes. So I was like, oh, just tell me more. And she was telling me about her boyfriend. And he bought a place, but the mortgage is $5,000 a month. I was like, oh, that's not a great financial decision because like even if you can afford it, you're locked into that price, right? Like it's not like, oh, it's like, I mean, I guess you could just sell the place, but like then you'd be at a loss. Like I'm like, that's not a good financial decision, you know? So I was like, that's crazy. And it's like it's one of those buildings that have like crazy amount of like amenities and stuff. I'm like, you're gonna be paying You're gonna be paying for those fees. Like you're gonna the maintenance on that is gonna be crazy. Not a good decision. The only K drama I liked is Attorney Moo. Yeah, I only liked a few as well. Like, obviously Squid Game, Business Proposal, and Hotel de Luna are my favorites. You wanna watch a clip? Okay, let's go. Let's find a good one. Let's find a good one today. We've been having a bad run. Oh no, not this! Oh, this was the worst. It is an icicle. Turn that up. I'm so stupid. That's not how icicles work. If you guys don't know, I was stuck in this dungeon for so long. Oh, it was the worst. Also, welcome in, Stat. I was stuck in that dungeon because the solution was to knock down the icicle, but you saw in that clip, I hit the base of the icicle and not the icicle itself. So then I had tried that at the start. Like, that was like one of the first things I tried. I was like, oh, let me hit down the icicle. And then I'd hit the wrong part. And like, I think that's a flaw in the game design, okay? Because like, I had done it, but I hit the icy part that was connecting the icicle and not the actual icicle. So I was like, and then so like I was in there for like an hour thinking that there was a different solution to the puzzle. And then eventually I gave up and I was like, I think I ended up asking chat, and I think it was probably Zirconia that was like, please, it's the icicle. But like, I didn't know. That's kind of hard to be fair, that was like, not quite my fault. I was just misled, you know? I didn't try, because it's kind of reasonable to not try it again if you thought you'd already tried it, you know? But it was I guess a skill issue. Also kind of a design issue. I don't know. That's why I don't like dungeons. Yeah, that's why I don't like dungeons, because it's like, yes, that is a specific solution you're supposed to try, but like, it's kind of, you know, it's not, there's a lot of like things that can go wrong. And welcome in, Angel. How are you? Speaking of Hotel de Luna, we're listening to IU. I was like, you hate a Squid Game because of the hype? Because I guess I'm wrong? No, I'm not like those hipster people like Zirconian. Sorry, I'm calling people out. I wouldn't dislike something just because it's popular, okay? Because I don't think I think that things are popular or people are popular because they like that thing, you know? Because it's good. A lot of times, sometimes bad things are popular, but like a lot of times, yeah, a lot of things are popular for a reason. It's clearly resonating with a lot of people. I do think it's like really, really hyped, yes, but it's a genuinely good show. I wouldn't let the hype affect my opinion of it, you know? I feel attacked, but am I wrong, Chicano? Dungeon slander in this economy. I will dungeon slander in any economy. We could be in a Great Depression, and I will still slander dungeons. We could be in a booming economy. The Canadian dollar could be twice the price of the US dollar. That would never happen. But I would still do it. Sometimes the reason is wrong, though. Most of the time, it can actually be good. Yeah, sometimes the reason is wrong, but it's still valid, I think. Like, if a lot of people, but sometimes people enjoy stuff for like the meme, you know? It's not actually good. If they're more than 5K monthly listeners on Spotify, they're sellouts. See, Exhibit A. What do you mean? You love popular stuff too, but you love being a contrarian. You love like. No, I do agree. You do like popular stuff, but I think you get some joy out of disliking things that people like. I remember one time in the early 2000s when the Canadian dollar was above the US. What? Oh my god, I was alive, but I didn't witness this, you know. But yeah, welcome in, Knife. It's yeah, right now it's really bad. So I took the time to convert my US dollars. You know, may as well take advantage of our terrible dollar, you know? I try not to buy things that are in US dollar because it's always disappointing. You go on like a site, and you're like, wow, these are some nice prices. Then you're like, oh, it's in US dollar. It's actually like way more expensive than I thought it was. You heard Canada might be the 51st state. The reaction to that online was crazy. There was like everyone in Canada was like, no, like leave us out of this. Like who we didn't ask for this, you know? You have US money, should I convert it? It depends if you're gonna spend the US money in US dollar. If you're going to, then definitely don't convert it. But if you're not gonna spend it in US dollar, then definitely just convert it. It's a good time. Do you think I can cop a US passport if Greenland becomes American? um yeah. What, Greenland? That'd be sick. You can move up north. I don't really want to be part of the. I don't really want to be part of the states. You know. I. That's great for you. That's great for you. Everyone's gonna be fleeing here, okay? But I don't mind about that. But I don't. I just don't want to be part of this. You know. Leave us out. If I lose 50-50 to Baiju or Ganya, then I'm fine. I want to pull up for Shenhe. Yeah, honestly, like this thought of like some of the things that you could lose your 50-50 to on that banner are like pretty decent, honestly. If I want to see one child out of that, not that I use child very much, but like his C1's pretty good. I'll take it. I'll take it. Wants to take Canada and Greenland. He can't have them. If he tries to take them by force, I guess he can have them, but I don't think he will. That'd be pretty crazy. Maybe Pacific Northwest can just be its own country. Maybe, but I don't know. Like you guys are okay, but like it's still America, you know? Like I don't know. Like we kind of want that line there, you know? Not saying like Canada is like, you know, Canada has its own problems, don't get me wrong. There was a lot of American, like there's a lot of stuff that was like very surprising, like very surprisingly American. But we still, you know, we still have our Canadian stuff, you know. So I'm gonna stick with that. He should learn about 1812. I don't know if that still applies, man. He's just trolling because he had to admit he can't stop inflation or solve anything. He just doesn't want people talking about it. Probably. It's probably just like a distraction, you know? The US dollar is better, always. Except that one time in the early 2000s, apparently. It's like 70 cents to the dollar. I think it dropped below 70, which is crazy. It hasn't been that low in a while. The entire fabric holding geopolitics together with disintegrating moved against Canada and Denmark. Yeah. I think he's just like he's probably just trying to distract everyone because honestly, like he's constantly saying crazy stuff. So maybe it's just maybe it is the 4D chess that everyone's been talking about, surely. But yeah, that'd be a pretty crazy move to start a war with you know, like Canada. Not that we have any chance of winning, but I'm sure people would come and help us, right? Surely? Or would they be too scared? Would we just roll over? Possibly. I don't know. I've never considered this possibility. But yeah, I think he's just saying stuff. Otherwise, it's all over the place. Either that or he's just sundowning because he's 114 years old. Possibly. He is very old. Is it true that he only eats McDonald's? Is that actually true? How is he alive? Was that stuffed animal behind you? Which one? There's quite a few. Miju alone is the strength of a whole aircraft carrier. Honestly, the military has been calling me constantly. They're like, we need you. But I didn't really want to join them, you know? I could be like their Captain America. I could be Captain Canada. But you know, I'm not gonna do it. He does famously eat mostly junk food. That's messed up. The yellow one, this is Gudetama. He's like a Sanrio character. like Hello Kitty and stuff. How can you be so seamless talking about the military seeking your strength when you got jelly arms? I have jelly arms because I was working hard on my arms yesterday, obviously, like I do constantly. I'm sure The Rock sometimes gets jelly arms. I'm gonna continue doing my arm workouts. Look, you can't see because I'm wearing a shirt. I want to flex because it will like break open the shirt, you know? Like I can't. I like the sleeves. Me just preparing for the invasion. I've been training. Chicano's gonna run across the border and I have to be ready to fight. Canadians are gonna fight us off with nice compliments? Possibly. Can't break the sleeve. Exactly. The sleeves will just rip off like the Hulk. Shirts are pricey. Exactly. And welcome in end. I wasn't sure what name to use and what word to use in that. You look great today, please don't invade. Exactly. I'm like, honestly, we don't have much of a chance, you know. I don't think our military is very good, or not very good, but like, our military is not at the level of the U.S. military, obviously. I think that's the case for a lot of places. But it's like, yeah, it's. What are we? Did I break? Oh no, sorry. I thought the playlist like YouTube like for some reason like it keeps randomly turning off the shuffle in the replay. So then sometimes it like shuffles to a song that's like the last song in the playlist, and then it will like turn off the replay, and then it'll start like auto playing random stuff. I don't. It just doesn't respect me, honestly. As long as it happens after the election, you can blame Pierre. Okay. Come on, Pierre. There's like as I've been watching the hockey games, like there's been like infinite political slandering ads. Even on my YouTube, there's so many like what are they called? They're not called like slander ads, right? They're called like punch ads. What are they called? But yeah, there's like infinite of those, and they're very cruel. They're like, this person's destroying our country. Attack. Oh yeah, attack ads. That's what they're called. Not conspiracy ads. It's not about a conspiracy. Why does Zakonia know this? Have you been following too many politics? You should you should you suffered one. Oh no, I'm sorry. That must have been painful. Was it me just now when I honestly like I don't even think that I really attacked him for being a hipster because he willingly admits it, you know? You're playing Metaphor this morning for like 3 to 4 hours, and that's what I'm capped out on that game. The old English dialogue is too much for me. Is it in old English? They're like, oh yeah, you don't like LARPing, right? It's like when in Elden Ring, where they're like, thy tarnished. That one? Yeah. Ricky's a pro now. You should ask Ricky to help you. The voice acting is 10 out of 10, but God, it's 2025. So it's very LARPy, to be fair. The dialogue in Elden Ring is like that. It's kind of strange, but I guess it fits the vibe, you know. So it's a weed game. You said it's high fantasy, right? So maybe it's both. What's with Japanese video game companies and wanting to do like medieval kind of themes? Like they're really, I don't know. You'd expect Elden Ring to be old English? I know, but they're like really into it. Like why? They're like they have like all these like Welsh names and like everyone's like Scottish in the game. It's a wave game with some LARPing going on because they know the LARPers in the West will pay top dollar. I see. Medieval rules? No, disagree. The only time I like medieval is like if it's like Zelda, 'cause it's like kind of cute, you know. like Genshin as well. It's kind of medieval, but now there's a motorcycle. But then there's also a motorcycle in Zelda, so don't really know. Has a made up word in the title, so it must be weeby. Is it Refantasio? Wait, what is it? Refantasio? Something like that. Thing that always cracks me up is the FromSoft Souls games and the Xenoblade share a ton of voice acting cast. Really? I mean, that's kind of the same with Western anime games. Or like the anime games, like the VAs. There's like constantly, like every time there's a new character in Genshin, they're like, oh, this person was in Fire Emblem, they were in Final Fantasy, they were in all these English dubs of anime. They're like, there's only like 5 of them. Like, I'm pretty sure. Metaphor is still weeby, but the dialogue is like right out of Lord of the Rings. Oh no. I mean, surely if you just, why don't you do the weeby thing and play it in Japanese? Play with the Japanese VA. And then surely like it won't be like old English, you know? It will be old Japanese. Will they just translate it like that? Probably, right? You thought LARPing meant something else this whole time? What did you think it was? I was gonna, but the English VAs are so good in all Atlas games. That is like the least weeby thing you've ever said, honestly. Because like the Genshin weeb fans are like so intense about the Japanese VA. Like they're just like, oh, how could you play with the English VA? Like, you know, you gotta play with it. Like, you know, they're very weird about it. Even though the English is quite, the English VAs are quite good. Sometimes there's bad ones, but you know, like I do understand like at a logical level, like the caliber of voice acting in Japan is much higher just because it's a much larger industry. But like obviously that depends on the game. Like a lot of times the English one is pretty good. When these old-timey English in games, do they match that energy in the Japanese dub? I'm curious about that too. Do they use like really old-fashioned Japanese as well? It's not the same vibe, is it? But I guess you may as well. Like using modern Japanese would be a bit weird. But if some form of fanboying, I didn't use context clues. No. It's those people that pretend to do like World War II fights in the park. Those people. You watch all anime and sub, but Atlas games you play in English. Fair enough. I mean, I watched Persona in English and it was very good. But again, a lot of the voice actors are also in Genshin. Just they're using one of the 3 voice actors. But what's his name? Max. What's his name? That guy, Max, who plays Ryuji and he plays Ito in Genshin as well. He's so great. he puts so much like he puts so much. It's so every time he does a line, it's so fun. Max middle age. I don't think that's right. Is that right? Ryuji is the best. Yeah, he's very likable. He also plays a big dummy in Genshin, so I guess he's just typecast. Imagine in 20 years when the latest Life is Strange has a retro setting and uses Zoomer slang. Honestly. But their Life is Strange, the Life is Strange slang is so bad. Because it's like these like no offense, like they're probably not Zoomers, right? The people creating the game, and they're also French, I'm pretty sure. So their use of slang and like thinking that's how American teenagers talk is like really funny. That's the one like kind of annoying thing about Life is Strange. But it's kind of honestly at this point, it's become a bit of a it's like people end up trying to like end up liking it, you know, because like it's very stupid, but at the same time it's kind of fun. Maybe the VA IRL is dumb, perhaps, and maybe they're like, oh, perfect, you can just play this dumb character. They're all French millennials. They are. Didn't Forspoken try to be hip in terms of dialogue? I haven't thought about that game in forever. I thought the dialogue was just bad. Like, I thought the dialogue was just, like, awkward. I don't know if they were... It has, like, a fantasy setting, right? I don't think they were, like, using slang. If you play the original, The World Ends With You. I actually don't know what that is. You similarly get hit with that mid-2000s teenage speak? Yeah, I don't like when they try to use slang and stuff in the in games, because like even if they did get the most updated slang at the moment, by the time the game comes out, it's probably already outdated, you know? Or like when they try, like especially in movies and stuff, where they try to include like modern references and stuff like that, especially in a movie that should be like kind of timeless. Like in Moana, the original Moana, they included a joke about like Twitter, and I'm like, come on, like in a Disney movie, you're gonna include a joke about Twitter? Like it's gonna be dated in like 5 years, you know? Chicano knows the world ends with you. I don't know what that is. It dates itself over time. Exactly, exactly. I'm not a huge fan. And I think it's kinda cringy whenever it comes up, you know? Um, how 2000s teenage speak are we talking? Like Juno? Is Juno that 2000s teenage speak? I can't even remember. All I remember is like that guy had like he really liked TikToks or something. I watched it like when I was a kid. Maybe not a kid, but like a teenager. Um, it's a DS rhythm JRPG. The OST is godlike. That sounds kind of fun. That's a JRPG I could get behind. Maybe I'll download it onto my DS. We'll see. We'll see. I like a good rhythm game. When will they release Rhythm Heaven? I want a new Rhythm Heaven game. It might be on Switch. Oh, okay. It's from Square Enix, run by the Kingdom Hearts dude. I never played Kingdom Hearts as we established yesterday, so I guess we'll find out. You guys know I'm not a huge JRPG fan, but I can enjoy some RPGs. I can enjoy some RPGs depending on how much I struggle and how much I hate it. um, I did see that the new Witcher game that they announced is you play as, I think you play as Ciri, or you play as another girl that's not Ciri, but it look like Ciri, so I'm assuming it's Ciri. That seems exciting because I played the original. I played the not the original. I played The Witcher 3. Um, and I couldn't get very far because I was playing it on PlayStation, and for some reason the controls on PlayStation were like really bad. Like it was like Gerald was on like roller skates, or like it was like he was on ice skates. Like every time I ran, he would like take like a few seconds to stop. Like it was getting really annoying because every time I was in like a house, like I couldn't move in the house because like he would run across the entire room when I had touched the stick. I was like losing my mind, and then like I also got stuck on the first combat encounter because I didn't understand that you're supposed to look in the book. There's like a book about how to fight all the monsters. You're supposed to read about it first and then fight him. And then I didn't do that, and then I just skipped to the time where you're supposed to fight it, and then it's like immune unless you do the proper like preparation and fight it properly. So I got kind of annoyed, and then I kind of stopped at that point. I was like, man, this is annoying. I just want to mash the button, you know? Like I just want to mash the attack button and just win. So it was those two things together, just I didn't enjoy it. You probably enjoy metaphor. You're not dating teachers, and it's kind of LARPy like you these days. I don't like LARPy, but if it's, I can look past LARPy, you know? And you'd be like, and you'd like Hulk Hulkenberg. She's a badass knight and a waifu. What makes you think I like her because it's a waifu? What do you mean? The combat has like a meta. Yeah, it's like it was a bit too complex for me. But to be fair, like I played it like before I'd played like Genshin and stuff. So like maybe now I'm a bit more well versed in RPGs and I would be able to do it. Take me to the scene of him in the back. That was at the start. That was at the start. I was on board. I do like Gerald. He's a handsome man. But it wasn't, you know, it wasn't enough for me. But I did like my horse. I was very attached to my horse. I was getting him lots of stuff, you know. But Yeah, the game was just a bit complex. But maybe now that I'm like a expert gamer, you know, I've played Elden Ring, I've played Genshin Impact, I've played other RPGs. Maybe I'm ready. Maybe I'm ready to play The Witcher. I do like a good story, and I like, you know, your choices matter, that kind of thing. But I can't remember what was happening in the story. Because I watched the show. Oh yeah, have you guys watched The Witcher show? Because it doesn't make sense. Like, they're like, oh yeah, it follows like the book, and then they keep like skipping the timeline back and forth, but it's like very unclear when they're skipping the timeline. And I was like, that's kind of confusing. Like, it was very confusing. And then I was reading the Reddit discussion. Everyone's like, oh yeah, like if you read the book, it makes sense. So I was like, I haven't read the book, or like if you played the game, it makes sense. I was like, I didn't play the game. I just wanted to watch the show, you know. I still enjoyed it, but like, I was like, it was very confusing. I like her because she's a waifu, but she's a badass, what I think you'd like. Oh, okay. Is Hulk bringing on the Formula One driver? Is it that? I think that was someone else. The girl in the orange bikini. Western RPGs. I mean, there's some good ones. But you guys know I'm not a huge RPG person, you know? The first book is a collection of short stories. Yeah. But like, it was just like they were a bit unclear about they were. I think there wasn't enough explanation about how these things were happening in different timelines, because I thought everything was happening at once, and then I didn't realize till like halfway through, and I was like, oh wait, that person is there, and that person should be dead, so I guess this is like in the past, you know. So I was like, oh, so like Siri was like a child, and then like it was just very weird. It was still enjoyable to watch, but it was just a bit weird. And no offense to Henry Cavill, but I preferred the game Gerald better. I'm a big fan of the game Gerald. But I'm not a Henry Cavill fan. Arcane. What about Arcane? You just get to the Arcane. You never played Mass Effect, but I heard it's really good. I always get these all games confused. Like Mass Effect, there's like Mass Effect, and then there's like Dead Space, and then there's like other stuff. You know, I always get all these games confused. Can't play multiple titles at the same time. I mean, you may as well just focus on one. You know, you're playing it quite heavily. You know. That's what it is for me with books too. I don't know how people can do that. Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't read 2 books at once. I think that'd be a bit confusing. But like, I feel like I'd rather just finish one, you know? Those people have too much power. But like, why would you read 2 books at once? Like, why don't you just finish the first book and then read the second book? Like, do you need to go back and forth? Like, why? It's a bit weird. I just don't understand the reasoning. Not that I read much these days. Have you been reading in your time off, Chicano? Since you don't feel like reading. That's true. That can make sense. You have no problem reading more than one book at a time? I mean, I can, but like, I wouldn't have done that. You're reading old English dialogue. It's killing. Are you reading a LARPy book? What are you reading? Are you reading Shakespeare? Imagine is Chano in his spare time just reading Shakespeare? That'd be crazy. I had to read Lord of the Rings. Oh, from the game. Oh, okay. Not a book. Okay. You have read Lord of the Rings many times. Really? I would not have expected that. I have not. You guys might not be surprised. I have not read Lord of the Rings. I did watch it though. And I have my opinions, you know? When I was a kid, you were into high fantasy. Oh, so you dislike it now out of shame. Because you were a LARPer. You had your past as a LARPer. I'd be surprised if you'd read an entire book. I was so into reading. You guys have no idea. I was such a nerd. I was such a bookworm, I guess, as a kid. Like, I was reading constantly. as a kid, but I haven't really read since like I was like maybe 13 or 14. That's probably when I stopped. When I got to high school, I kind of switched to nonfiction because I was reading like I when I was younger, I'd read like kids books and then I read like YA books. And then when I got to like adult books, I was like, man, these are boring. No offense. Maybe I was just too young to like appreciate them properly, but I ended up just reading nonfiction books after that. And then I kind of just stopped reading. Even though I worked at a library, I really just didn't read. I read a few books here and there while I worked at the library, but I realized how gross library books are also, so I didn't want to rent anything from the library. Usually if I want to read a book, I buy it. So it's like a commitment, you know. It's like, well, I'm gonna read a book. I'm gonna buy it. So like I need to be prepared. You can also buy them secondhand, which is less gross than the library book because like the library books have been gone through many hands, you know. Then I was like, wait, it's the 21st century. Why am I reading Lord of the Rings? I mean, fair enough, fair enough. I mean, not every genre is gonna appeal to everyone, you know. Like I personally, I don't like, I don't like fantasy just for like personal reasons. I just don't think it's like visually appealing, and like I don't think it's like the subject is like just the setting is just not appealing to me. Heading to IHOP, enjoy the pancakes, Maestro. Well, that's a Narnia, Lord of the Rings, Red. I don't know what Redwall is. When I was a kid, I was really into like when I was really young, I was really into those like animal books, like where it's like the personified animals. I was really into like the warrior cats books, and there's like one about owls, and then when I got to like teens, there was like obviously like stuff like Hunger Games and stuff like that. It was really fun. But I read like so much as a kid. Like when I was really young, I was like reading constantly. I remember like my mom would have to tell me to like put my book away at like the dinner table. You never touched Harry Potter though. Thank God, thank goodness. Yeah, I never read Harry Potter either. What's the LARP or weeb pipeline like Chicano? I don't know. Yeah, I guess he probably the weeb was already always there. Surprised you didn't read Animorphs. I don't even know what that is. I'm sorry. I'm gonna write my own book series about the warrior rat. We need a warrior rat. Wasn't there like a book series about a mouse? I remember there's something about like a mouse. But yeah, it's always mice, but not about rats. Where are the rats? Redwall is about mice. Yeah, fair enough. I didn't read. I should have picked that up as a kid. You love the covers of the Animorphs books? I've literally never heard of this, by the way. Animorphs. Was it just like before or after my time or something? Rats are just better mice. Right. I'll write about rats and guys. of no, you'll call it of mice and men. Not of rats and guys. I think since the bubonic plague, Europe stayed away from glorifying rats. Clearly, Zacorni didn't get the memo about this. Okay, Animorphs. When was this popular? A book series. When was it? When was it popular? It's a TV series. When did the books come out? Books. The late 90s. Maybe it was before my time. I was probably not able to read. Actually, I wasn't born, but like after that, I probably wasn't able to read, you know? There's a lot of books. Oh my god, there's so many. I've never seen this cover in my life though. It looks kind of terrifying. The covers look really scary. What is this? Kids turning into animals. Oh my god. What is this? What is this? What is that? That is terrifying. Oh my god. Oh, fear has a new name. Yerk. What? That's terrifying. Oh my god. The covers are absolutely nice. That is awful. That kid just turned into a spider. Oh my gosh. Late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah, probably didn't start reading till I was like 6, as you normally do. um, you saw a video about Goosebumps, and they're overtaken by the success of Harry Potter and Animorphs. Oh, okay. But Goosebumps was still quite popular, like the books. You missed the late 90s before I was born, are you saying? Miju was too young for like Animorphs and Goosebumps. No, we had Goosebumps still. Goosebumps was still popular when I was a kid. There's an Animorph show too. That's what I said. Yeah, there was a show in the late 90s. Solid 6.5. Oh my gosh. She's a Diary of a Wimpy Kid in late Harry Potter books age. No. I think Diary of a Wimpy Kid was more my brother's age. He's a few years younger than me. I was a bit too old for them when they came out. And Harry Potter was, I don't even know what, Harry Potter books were still coming out when I was able to read them. I think they hadn't like, but the movies were definitely out because the movie started in like the early 2000s, no? There's one where the girl turns into a mouse rat. Are you trying to say that's me? Goosebumps are definitely before Animorphs. Maybe they just had like a longer staying power. And welcome in, Noah. Hope you're doing well. Following Draconian's logic, gamer mice should be called rats. If they release a new type of mouse that was like a rat, it's called a rat. I'm sure he would love that. A 6.5 sci-fi show is right up my alley. Oh god. Sometime after Elden Ring, you play Metaphor. Okay. You're a gym rat. I'm a rodent living in the janitor's closet. Fair enough. Why wouldn't you be a rodent living in the gym? Why the janitor's closet? Is that the gym? Or is the janitor named Jim? Welcome in, Demon. But yeah, I don't know I don't know what books were like super popular at my age. I don't know. But like shows, I mean shows are kind of like okay, but Disney Channel existed like from the 90s, right? So like what I think that's how we determine this, okay? How we determine the eras. What Nickelodeon shows and what Disney shows did you watch growing up? Cuz for me, Nickelodeon was like iCarly. And then Disney shows, it was like Hannah Montana, Wizards of Waverly Place, Funny with a Chance, like that age. Because there's very distinct eras of Disney Channel, you know? Is it wavy of me prefer Sekiro out of all the FromSoft titles? That's pretty wavy, yes. But you also might just be a pro gamer. Either one. Cory in the House. That's a good one. I don't think I ever watched that though. Maybe it was before my time, or maybe I just didn't like it. I don't know. Was Cory in the House before, like... Oh, I don't even know. Also, Sweet Life was like really popular. You love Selena Gomez. Yeah, Wizards was my absolute favorite as a kid. I loved Wizards of Waverly Place. I wanted to be Alex Russo, you know? One could argue Armored Core is even weebier than Sekiro, because Gundam. Fair enough. Sekiro didn't play like any of those, maybe you'll like it. Yeah, maybe, yeah, Sekiro is quite different. Sekiro is quite different from the rest of them. You've lost faith in FromSoft? I mean, FromSoft has a very specific style of game, right? Like, I know you said, like, you don't like dodging and then, like, finding the opening and then attacking in that moment, you know? And that's kind of their whole thing. It's like saying, like, I don't like turn-based gameplay, and then someone keeps telling you to try a different Pokemon game because you might like it, and you're like, no, I don't like turn-based games, and then they just keep telling you, you know? Like, sometimes it's like, it's just not your style. Did you read Silver Ring the Bell? Oh my god, wait, that kind of rings a bell. I think I did read that. I loved animal books. You love bats? They're kind of like flying rats. Oh, bats are terrifying. I'm on board with Batman. I think bats are scary. I feel like they might bite you. You started playing Sekiro recently to see the difference between 3D and 2D Souls-like difficulty? Wait, is Sekiro... No, Sekiro is 3D. What were you playing on... What were you playing 2D? There's lots of games that are like... They say, like, people say, like, Souls-like when it's, like, hard, right? But it's not necessarily... It's not really the genre. It's just, like, how hard it is. But some games definitely are Souls-like, but they're in 2D. They're like, let's make a game in the modern era of gaming with the PS2 graphics and lots of diving. Honestly, they've upped their graphics. They've upped their graphics. Pokemon Go isn't turn-based. Well, that's what you can tell that hypothetical person I made up. It's funny when you meet Pokemon gamers and they hate turn-based or JRPGs in general. Like, what? I hate JRPGs and I play Pokemon. It's because Pokemon's a lot more simple. I think that's a big thing. Like, Pokemon's a lot more simple. And I mean, Pokemon just like is missing a lot of aspects that other JRPGs have, right? Like yes, like the team building your party and like the turn-based mechanics is a part of JRPGs, but I think in general other JRPGs have a lot more, right? They have a lot more stuff like quests, like there's a lot more like different level up mechanics, and there's just a lot more mechanics. Like Pokemon's just very simplified. So I feel like Pokemon is like its kind of own, like, yes, it's a JRPG, but it's kind of its own like type of JRPG. Liza P, Neo are all Soulsborne clones. Yeah, there's lots of Soulsborne type games these days. But sometimes people say like something is Souls-like, right? Like, so people say like, oh, like Cuphead is Souls-like just because it's hard. Which is like, it's not really like it's not Souls-like game, but it's like the difficulty is kind of like a Dark Souls game, like it's kind of like when the difficulty is like a part of the game, right? Sorry, Kufid. sorry, Kufid. When the difficulty is part of the game, people generally compare it to Dark Souls. But that doesn't mean the gameplay itself has anything to do with Dark Souls. Hollow Knight and Nine Souls. Second one has parry mechanics, so it's closer to Sekiro. I mean, is Hollow Knight really like Hollow Knight's hard, but it's definitely not like, even the combat is like, yeah, I guess you're like hiding, but it's very much I don't feel like the gameplay is not that similar. Cause it's definitely like a Metroidvania. But it's definitely up there. I think Hollow Knight's cute. Miju hates helping people in quests. I hate side quests. You guys are right. I actually just hate quests. I hate when the game pops up and there's a quest. I hate that. Like, I like a main story, but I hate quests. Like, checking things off the list. Oh, that's the worst. I mean, I love checking things off the list in real life, but like in a quest, I'm like, why am I doing this? Like, I don't care about you, I don't like quests, and I don't like leveling stuff up. Like, when I play, like, now I'm Genshin, I'm like used to it, but like when you have to like level up each thing, like, I'm like, why do I have to level up each thing? Like, I like playing Pokemon. The Pokemon just automatically level up. You don't have to do anything, And then in a lot of JRPGs, you have to like, oh, you have to level your weapon, and then you have to level your character, and then you have to level your armor, and then you have to level. I'm like, guys, there's too many things to level. Like, leave me alone. Okay, good luck in your meeting. I hope your team is helpful. Why do you hate JRPGs or just weebs? I haven't played any. I think like with the JRPGs, I'm open to enjoying some, but I think in general they're like, yeah, like I said, like they feel too gamified, I guess, like in the sense that like, oh, it's like where it's like, you have to like do a specific set of things, or like there's a lot of different mechanics they have to level up, like stuff like that is a bit um it's kind of annoying. But yeah, it's a bit they're a bit grindy. Welcome in Spy. Hope you're doing well today. Cooking Mama. Okay, all Cooking Mama is a JRPG I can get behind. Red Dead Redemption 1 is a JRPG in disguise because why the heck am I herding cows for 5 missions? Wait, that sounds like my kind of quest, honestly. And welcome in, Seta. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think we've had this discussion before, but I can't remember exactly what I said. Like, I think like if I had to give an example of a JRPG, like, for example, played a bit of like, for example, in Persona, or like really any, like even like the thing with Genshin, like the Genshin is very much a JRPG, right? Like you have to level your character, you have to level your weapon, you have to level your artifacts, you have to farm the artifacts, you have to farm for the stuff to ascend your character and your weapon and all of that. I guess yeah, I think it's a CRPG, yeah, you're right. But in terms of mechanics, they're very much trying to make a JRPG. But like in Genshin, it's different because it's like it has that mobile game mechanic where you log in each day and like there's only so much you can do each day. Because like if Genshin was just like all open and it wasn't a gacha game and it was just like you do everything at once, I think I wouldn't like it because I kind of like the Animal Crossing kind of game. Like the reason I like Genshin is the reason I like Animal Crossing because you can log in every day and like do your chores. And I'm like, if a game gives me like a small amount of chores to do every day, I like that. But if a game gives me like all the chores to do at once, I'm like, that's annoying. Like I feel like that's really annoying. I'm like, leave me alone. I don't want to do this, you know? I think it's just like a lot of the mechanics in JRPGs are a bit tedious. I find them tedious, and I find like there's a lot of there's just a lot of stuff. And then like also a lot of times the JRPG, the stories are a bit too anime for me. Like there's a lot of there's a lot of anime tropes that I just really can't deal with well. So it's a problem. I think you like Infinity Nikki. I think so too, Ricky, but I don't think I should play 2 gacha games. Like I barely have time and money to play Genshin. I don't think I should play two gacha games. But it's like if you guys don't know, Infinity Nikki is like it's like a fashion gacha game. It's like a dress up game, but it's a gacha game. And I kind of like that, but I don't know. Playing 2 gachas? I don't want to be degenerate. I keep confusing that with the waifu game. There's one called Nikkei, right? Like Nikkei. I think that's the waifu one. The reason I like Genshin is because it has hot girls. I mean, I did get convinced to play by the hot guys, so I can't really say I'm above you in that regard, but the thing that really turned me off from Genshin, again, on the anime tropes, the thing that was really, I had to really overcome a hurdle to play the game. The first time I opened the game, and I was like, they showed the characters on the screen, and like, they're just standing still. They're jiggling. Like, they're just standing there. I'm like, you guys are just standing there. You're just talking. You're just breathing. Why is there so much motion? Like, I was like, that kind of stuff. I'm like, oh, like, that's the worst, you know? But then also, when you're gliding, their skirts, like, lift up. When you're gliding, I'm like, oh, that's, you know, like, stuff like that. I definitely had to get past, you know? Like, now I kind of just, now I'm, like, used to it. But as for me, that was my first experience with a gacha game. And I was like, I don't know if I can do this, man. Like, this is too much, you know? But it's okay. It's a game. But I was also welcome in P. I was watching a video. I was watching a video yesterday about like if Genshin and stuff are becoming too like waifu bait kind of games. Like they always were to some extent. But people are like, oh, maybe they're getting like too far into that, you know. but I'm not sure because there was a lot of male characters last version, so and they're quite popular, so I'm not really sure. As long as there's like some sort of balance, like yeah, exactly. Like it's a got like it's like I can't exactly go into the gotcha game and complain that there's like waifus, you know? It's like how can I go into Genshin and be like, yes, this is a gotcha game, or are there too many waifus? Like, yeah, obviously not, but I think there should be some sort of like for me, I don't mind as long as the fans are like as long as the sexualization of the character doesn't take away from the design of the character, and also um, their personalities are more than just like waifu, you know, like um, I think for me like I totally understand that it's like that kind of game, right? But as long as they have like I'm not expecting a 50-50 ratio of male to female characters, but as long as there's like a decent amount of male characters that they're releasing, and then also that the characters actually have a personality, and that their outfits are not like ridiculously sexualized and they just look stupid. Um, like as long as the like you can make a good designed character while also having it like sexy, you know, like you can have both. Um, so I think as long as they had those things, it's okay. Because it's not like going into Genshin and complaining about like, oh, like why is there so many like big chested women here? Like that's like going into like McDonald's and complaining that the food is too greasy, you know? Like I don't think you can really be like, oh, they should have none of that. But I think as long as there's some sort of as long as there's still quality there, I think it's okay. And then you met Kaya and all your doubts went away. I mean, Kaya will always have me coming back, you know? My main party in Persona 3 had two waifus, even though suffering at times in battle. I mean, honestly, waifu over meta. I believe that in Genshin. Like Hawkenberg, she has a sexy outfit, just her aura is attractive. Yeah, and also like I like a good like I like some variety. I like some variety in the women because like I think the issue sometimes is that um the issue sometimes is that there's um like all the like for example in Genshin I think both the men and the women are kind of are are fan servicey, right? But they're fan servicey in different ways. Like you can tell that the male characters are designed differently, you know? Um although like, you know, I think for some equality we should have some, you know, like some men who are sexualized in the same way as the women, you know? Like just for equality. But yeah, there's definitely like a different ways that they're catering to each like demographic, but it's I think the only issue comes in games where like all the women are like wearing nothing and the men have like full armor and they just like look normal, you know? Like I'm like in that situation you're like, well, what is that? You know, like what am I looking at, you know? Um I think as long as there's some sort of balance there, and that's okay. She has bangs and red hair. Well, that sounds up your alley. You max out my Dory because everyone says she sucks. I mean, good for you. Good for you. I heard Dory is not really that bad. Isn't she kind of okay now? You're gonna complain about all the guys are too muscular. I mean, that's the thing. Sometimes you can tell all the characters are designed for men. Like I think early League of Legends had this problem as well. Like all the women are sexy in a way that men would like, and then all the men are sexy in a way that men would like. Like it's like for a man, it's like all the women are hot, and all the men, it's like I want to be them, you know. But it's like, where's the stuff for the girls, you know? Like, come on. What men find attractive in other men is not necessarily what women find attractive in men, you know. So we need some stuff for the girls. Dory has cool glasses. Yeah, Dory's low key OP. Yeah, I heard she has some pretty good use case these days. I would think the weaker husbandos are better than the big muscle dudes. I mean, yeah, that's usually like when you look at Genshin, like the male characters that the way that the male characters look are not necessarily like you can tell they're catering more towards the female players with the male characters. Um, so it's definitely interesting. But when games are like obviously just for men, it's like, come on. Oh, actually, I thought about. I was gonna send this to Chicano, but I forgot. There was I watched this. There was this like TikTok that was like it was like comparing male poses and female poses in fighting games, and some of the female poses were crazy. I was like, what is this pose? But apparently, they're all taken from real fighting games. Like some of them, like she was like oh my god, like I'm sure you know what I mean, but some of the poses I was like, that cannot be real. um, that's weeb thinking. I'm on board. That's why I can tell. I see. I see. I'm not sure how Engage got away with Zephia and Celestia. I never played Engage. I'm not really sure. Dressed that way in a T-rated game, which is a shame that I like most of the other character designs, like Chloe. Yeah, I mean, it kind of like, I think it just depends on like the context too, right? Like, I think like if you're playing a game and like all the men are dressed in normal clothes or like armor or something like that, and all the women are dressed in like bikinis, and you're like, you know, that kind of gives a weird vibe, you know, that kind of doesn't seem right, you know. But if there's a variety of, you know, there's a variety of male and female characters, and then I think it's fine. You can have some sexy girls and you can have some sexy guys, and like I think that's totally valid, you know. Like I'm not saying like the women should be like completely covered from head to toe, you know. Like obviously we all like hot women, you know. Like it's fine. But if the female characters are only there for like sex appeal and like the male characters are not, then that's a weird message. Stellar Blade. Yeah, we are talking about Stellar Blade yesterday, and like the dev was like really weird. Stellar Blade is like really like the people behind it are like super misogynistic. So it was it was really some of the stuff they said was really gross. Chloe from Tekken. I don't even know. They were showing some. They're showing some. I'll send you. I'll find the TikTok again and send it to you. Tifa the Ace. I mean, I feel like the characters in Final Fantasy were fine. Like none of them felt like Tifa's. Yeah, she dressed kind of like she's just kind of revealing, but she's also buff as hell. Like I think like I don't know. I think and I think some of the male characters as well are pretty like okay. Actually, Tifa when she got like kidnapped and then they put her in that dress, bit weird. I was like, why was that necessary? But then like I think it's okay. It's not like the worst offender by any means. Stellar Blade, that one male character is in like a full winter coat. And what is the female character wearing? Yeah, so there's some really I was reading this article about like the Stellar Blade creator and some of the quotes that he said, I was like, bro. It just sounds really messed up. Definitely not a game I would support. Yeah, Tifa abs, exactly. And Aerith has a different vibe as well. So I think it's fine. Like as long as you're like I said, like there's nothing wrong with Tifa being hot. Like that's fine. But she also has characterization, and she has like, you know, she's not only there to fall in love with Cloud, you know, like she has her own story and she has her own personality and stuff like that. I think like some gacha games are definitely guilty of the female characters are like literally just there to just like be like to just like be in love with the main character, you know? And then they have like nothing else. Genshin definitely suffered a bit, I think, at the start. There was some of the characters, like they kind of had like they kind of kept reusing the same trope over and over, and like Ayaka was a bit weird at the start, but now she's good. But maybe I just got like seduced by her. I don't know. But now I'm on board. They definitely developed a bit more of a rapport. Why would you fall in love with Cloud when Zack exists? What about Sung? What about my guy Sung? And welcome in number. Hope you're doing well. Kazak has Aerith? No, Aerith has Tifa. I'm a strong Aerith and Tifa shipper. I believe in them. You're a big Cloud enjoyer? Yeah, he's cool. He's cool. What about Vincent? Who's Vincent? You still play Genshin? Yes, we were just talking about Genshin earlier. We were talking about like sexualization of the different characters in the games, but generally about Genshin. Are you pulling for Malvika? And welcome in, June. Hope you're doing well today. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Your Cloud in women's clothes enjoyer. Oh yeah, when Cloud was like in that club and then he did like the dance, that was so funny. That was great. That's a big topic right now. Yeah. I think I mean, it's always been a bit of a topic, but people are talking about it more. You're willing to Withering Waves. Version 2 is really popping off. I'm glad. Yeah, I haven't played like any of the other gacha games, but I don't think I will. I think one gacha game is all I can handle. God, in the dress so hot. Yeah, exactly. Put men in dresses. Put men in bikinis. If the women have to be in bikinis, put the men in bikinis too. It's all about equality. QTEs with Cloud signing up. I do like a good QTE. I'm surprised I never played the Persona Dancing All Night game. That's a thing. Then they have like infinite Persona spin-off games. Like there's like Strikers, which is I think was bowling. Was it bowling? Is that what it was? Or golf? Something like that. Cloud is the reason I only play Great Sword and Monster Hunter. Ricky's about to pick up there's some really big swords in Elden Ring. Like Cloud-sized swords. It's a rhythm game with Persona music. I need to get it. I mean, Persona music is real good. So honestly, that sounds like a great game. It's on Switch. I like a good rhythm game. I have Taiko no Tatsuchi on Switch, but you have to like buy all the songs. You have to like buy all the songs separately, and I'm like, it's a bit annoying. If a sword looks impossible to lift and wield, Ricky is on it. Exactly. Like, how does Cloud even carry that? What if do you think it's like, is it magic? Do you think it's like hollow inside? Do you think it's made out of the world's lightest metal? Like, I have no idea. Cloud is a jack of all trades. Well, how does that mean he can lift a sword? Cloud is such a rare example of a character in gaming that goes through actual character development and change. Lots of times characters just stick to their tropes, regardless of what happens in the story. That's true. Is it really that rare? I guess I tend to play games that are like well known for their story, so I was like, I didn't think that was rare, but maybe it is. He can do it all. I mean, he is the main character, you know? Cloud is a soldier. He was trained to do. That's true. He was trained to lift that massive sword. How much do you think it weighs? It must be like, I don't have any like, okay, if I'm imagining a piece of metal that big, surely it's like 200 pounds, right? How much do you think it would even weigh? Did people? I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google it. Surely people. Oh my god! I opened my Google and like the Animorphs picture was there. That's really scary. How heavy is Cloud's sword? Surely someone has estimated that. As a rough estimate. Oh, okay, 20 to 30 pounds. Really? That's not as heavy as I thought. You couldn't use it no matter how strong he is. How heavy is Cloud's sword? 100 pounds. Oh, I actually did some calcs on that, and it's actually 360 pounds. The blade itself is 5 feet long, being an inch wide, but has a big chunk of that 1 foot wide portion at the top of it. It's a bit lighter than 400 pounds because of that. 360 pounds! Oh my gosh. And welcome in, Star. Hope you're doing well today. soldiers are doused in mako and makes them extra strong and also gives them blue colored eyes. Oh, so he's like a super soldier. That's why he can lift the sword. Cause that's heavy. That's heavy. Would it even be efficient? Wouldn't he be more efficient with a lighter sword? What is? Maybe not. Maybe not. He gets like it's not even like slicing through people. It just like gives them blunt force trauma. You know, like it's like a fridge falling on your head. That would be quite effective. That's why people identify him as a soldier just by looking at his eyes. I see. So he has some. I mean, that makes sense. He has extra, like, physical abilities. Have you seen lighting from Final Fantasy? Is that a person, or is that like you mean the lighting in the game? I have not. I've only seen Final Fantasy VII Remake. Japan sure loves their blue-eyed and blonde character. Weird. Come on, man. She's gorgeous. I don't know who that is. Do I know who that is? Have I seen this person? I am an Aerith enjoyer. You guys know. I love my girl Aerith. I will protect her till the end. Which hopefully is not soon. Chang'e. I was never a huge fan of Chang'e's music. I love Chang'e. She's so talented. Look her up. Lighting? Okay, I'll look her up. Until the end, which is not soon. Come on. And welcome in McNeil, Aerith for life. Me too. I love her. She's such a sweetheart. Lighting. Ooh, lighting. I cannot type to save my life. Final Fantasy. Lightning. I'm seeing lots of different pictures. Oh, I've seen this person before. I'm seeing like lots of different pictures of her. I'm sorry. No one can beat my girl Aerith. I'm sorry. This girl is not my type. I like my girl Aerith. She has lots of different looks. I'm very confused by this. A lot of the Final Fantasy characters have like similar looking faces. Like the female characters especially. Like they have like different eye colors and hair colors, but a lot of their face, especially like the eyes, look very similar. She's kind of like Vi, low-key. But I love Vi. But Vi is super hot. This girl, look at her arms. Has nothing on Vi. Vi could beat her up. Aerith enjoyers call the cops. What? I'm just creating my clan of Aerith enjoyers, okay? We're gonna protect her. And I don't know if anyone's gonna join my club of Aerith and Tifa shippers. Anyone? I think Aerith should be with Tifa. Yuffie gay. Okay. You can have that. You can have your own gang over there. I'm gonna have my Aerith gang, okay? Will you agree, McNeil? They should be together? Okay. We're forming a team here. We're forming a team. Cloud can find someone else. Aerith should be with Barrett. Is that even a ship? What is that? I don't know about that. I think Aerith should be with Tifa. They love each other. Cloud's gonna be forever alone. No. Cloud can find someone. Come on. Barrett? Sephiroth? Oh yeah, Cloud. I bet Cloud and Sephiroth is the most popular ship for the fan fiction writers, surely, right? It's gotta be. I don't know what Aerith is, but your team Mija is cooler. No, we're talking about Final Fantasy characters. I'm not a part of this. Everyone is cooler than Aerith. No. We love Aerith. We also love Tifa, but we also love Aerith. I have to. Come on. It has to be Cloud and Sephiroth. Like if you go in the fanfiction website, surely it's those two, right? I don't even know anything about this, but I feel like I'm sure. I feel like I'm sure about this. 100%. Okay, yeah, see? As someone who experienced the whole story, unlike me, with the fanfics, I look, those are my people. I don't read fanfics, but like, I'm the shippers. I'm I'm the shippers. Okay, I know these things. You just very blindly. No. It's not blindly. It's not blindly. I'm I'm in tune with this stuff. Okay, I know about the ships. I can assure you, it's Aerith and Tifa, and Cloud and Sephiroth. Some ships be scaring me. Like what? Like what? I'm sure there's some weird ones. I'm sure there's some weird ones. But a lot of them I can get behind. I think I'm an avid shipper. But it depends on the game, I guess. Yeah, I have not played. I don't know. Let's see if my uncle has proceeded in Final Fantasy Crisis Core. Look up Yuna for Final Fantasy. Okay. I will look these up later. I'm sorry. Eventually, we're gonna be looking at every single Final Fantasy character. Let's see. So, oh, he hasn't played in a long time. So my uncle, I gave him Octopath Traveler 2, and I gave him Final Fantasy 7 Crisis Core. And he loved Octopath Traveler. He played it for 280 hours, and then he said it took him 5 days to beat the final boss, and he had a great he powered through and he beat it. But he's trying to play Final Fantasy Crisis Core, and I think it's too hard for him because it's like I guess it's like a live not live action, but it's like an action game, right? And I think he's more comfortable with turn-based games. Because my uncle is like almost 60 years old, so he can barely use Google, so you can kind of imagine he has a bit of trouble with like fast controls, right? And like fast action. So unfortunately, like Japanese games don't have a lot of accessibility options, so I think the game just might be too hard. So maybe he'll just have to play like he played the original Final Fantasy VII and he loved it. But I don't think he'll be able to play the remake. Which is unfortunate because he said he wanted to buy a PlayStation so he could play the remake and he was really excited for it, but it might be too hard. I don't know. And like I wish they would have like some like accessibility options just to make it easier. As someone who's like he's not very like comfortable with like new technology, you know? So like I think some of the controls are hard, you know? Uncle's on a Zack and Joya. I don't think so. I don't know who his favorite character is. 5 days. I wouldn't quit after 3 hours and say I'm done with the game. Yeah, he was. Apparently, the final boss is quite difficult. So 5 days, maybe makes sense. As a Tifa fan, I like Aerith's personality more than Tifa. Flynn Rider's one of my swords. Oh no. I mean, yeah, exactly. Like Tifa, I think Tifa's like has that like physical strength. Like she's a badass. Like we all know that. But like Aerith is just really sweet. Like I think she has a very nice personality and she's very supportive, which I like. Does the remake have an easy mode? It probably has mods. But he would be playing it on like a he doesn't have a computer. The dexterity can be a lot. Exactly. Like you don't realize until like, you know, you try to get your mom to play a game and you're like, oh, she doesn't know how to use like for example, when I play games with like my aunt and uncle and like my mom and stuff, they're like, I'm like, okay, you press like the A button. Okay, you press the A button to go to the next one. They're like, which button is it again? I'm like, this one. It's this button. And then they like press a different button and they're like, oh, I messed it up. And I'm like, oh my god, okay. Press this button. Just press this button. Don't press any other buttons. It's like a whole thing. Aerith is pure. She is. She's a sweetheart. Remake does have Remake does have an easy mode? Then why does Crisis Core not have an easy mode? Because it only has normal and hard. And then a lot of people online, when I googled the difficulty, a lot of people were like, a lot of people were like, the normal mode is too easy, and I'm like, we're having the opposite problem here. We need an easier mode than the normal. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Accessibility in games is a recent development. It isn't really. Like, it's like obviously like it's improving very quickly. But Japanese games are like 10 years behind. Like they're so far behind. Like it might even be like even something as simple as like subtitle settings, not there. Colorblind mode, not there. Western games have had that for like 10 years. If not more. Japanese games be like Gekka. I know. It's that's the one thing. Like obviously there's a lot of really amazing Japanese games and they've really pushed the boundaries in many ways, but accessibility is not one of them. And welcome back, Zirconian. How did that meeting go? Was it a disaster? Are your teammates not dead weight, or what are you guys' experiences with group projects? Because for me, I kind of delayed all, like, we have a few computer science courses that are like project courses. And so you have to do it with like a partner, and both times I did it with a friend who just let me do the whole thing. And we like, it was like a win-win situation because we would get a better grade if I did the whole thing. And then my friends didn't want to do it. So like they helped with like a bit of it, and then I was like, I beat it, or not I beat it, but like I finished it. I finished my part faster, and I was like, I'll just do yours as well. So we're all happy in that situation, okay? We are experiencing high synergy. Okay, that's quite unusual for a group project. We're carrying one guy, but it's okay. I mean, not a bad ratio. We had a lot of talk about weeb games when Western Zirconia was gone. True. In school, everyone delayed it till the last minute. Oh, I hate when people do that. I'm always like I'm like doing the assignment the day it comes out, you know? In the past, you hated group projects. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of them either. One time a girl showed up late and then had the nerve to talk on the phone and make us wait for like 15 minutes till she was done. That's really rude. I would have put that on I would have kicked her out. If you give me work and make it fun, I'll grind it out. But if it ain't fun, it'll be done a day before the deadline. I guess it's just like a motivation thing. Our group has 6 members. Honestly, 1 dead weight? That's pretty good. That's honestly a really good turnout, you know? Are you the one being carried? Even if it's the worst of the group project is during a school break and you're just sitting there waiting for the other people to respond. You had group projects during school breaks? That's awful. I've never had that. Looks like they're all children. Who? Oh, the group? The K-pop group? I hate that. Too many children in K-pop, man. Our group is like half sweats, so we're good. That's perfect. You need like a group of 6 Mijus. Although that would be pretty bad, actually. Because I'm a bit of a type A, you know? You got kicked out of a group before? Something about not communicating. You got kicked out of a group? What were you doing? The new SM girl group? Oh, yeah, that sucks. I hate when they're just like, hey, here's a new, like they're 13. Go to school. I really don't like, I can't really support groups that are children. 6 Mijus would kill each other. We might. He doesn't know what he did. He wasn't communicating. True. 6 Mijus would just talk and get nothing. True, we would be yapping. We would be yapping too much. Right? Have a childhood. Exactly. Like, oh, they're gonna be exposed to the horrific entertainment industry at a young age and be like harassed by like adult men. It's really messed up. I just like literally cannot support groups that are like full of children because it's like it just feels weird. It just feels so weird. Like am I just gonna watch like a group of 13-year-olds like dance and sing on stage? Like no. Even barring like the moral issue with having them debut. You didn't go to class and the members didn't bother messaging me at all. Yeah, that's kind of on you, Ratsy. I think that might have been on you. You probably, could have messaged them. Looks like the oldest is 2006. How old are people in 2006? 19? I guess it's not that. And the youngest is 2010. So they're 14 or 15? Huh. 14, 15. Yeah, that's too young. That's too young. You never once said it wasn't my fault. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's how Lucky felt about New Jeans. Yeah, exactly. That's why they're okay now because they're a bit older now, but definitely at the time of debut, I was like, these girls are so young. Yeah, I just find it really, it's just messed up. Like they really shouldn't be debuting. And like, it would be somewhat better if they were like properly protected, protected from creepy people or predatory people or people who are gonna like, like scam them or worse, but they are not. Like they are absolutely not protected. And on top of that, the people from their industry are like giving them inappropriate songs or inappropriate dances or inappropriate outfits and stuff like that. So it's like, and then like, oh, even like groups that are like a bit older, like even if they're like, for example, like early Twice, like they weren't that young. Like I think Chewie was the youngest. She was like 16, and then like by the time some of their older songs, like some of the later songs came out and their popularity was spiking, she was probably like 18. But like even then, like you watch like their concert videos and you hear the crowd and it's like clearly like full of like middle-aged men and you're like, that's like it's like that feels like scary for them. Like I'm like, what is this? Like you're taking these underage girls and you're putting them in front of a crowd of just like men who are like twice their age, like, and then you're like, yeah, it's really weird. I'm pretty sure I have a hoodie that's older than the group's youngest member. Exactly. In their own company with no help, or in their own company oftentimes will like exploit it. I once started talking your friend's part during exposition, and then she got nothing to say when it was her turn. She hated me for the rest of the day. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, that can it's an accident, I guess. Being a Baby Monster fan is weird because only Ruka is above 18, but their music is amazing. Yeah, so it was like a weird like with New Jeans as well. Like their music was great. Like don't get me wrong, but it's like watching their like performance or like it's kind of weird to be like, oh, like I'm a fan of this child. Like I mean, like it's kind of like it's one thing to like the music, but being like, oh, like if you're like emotionally or like personally invested in like the idol themselves, like it's like weird because they're so young, right? Looks like SM is getting back to their roots this time. Yeah, they really should stop. But yeah, every time there's like a new group or something, and then I find out that they're all like children, I'm like, not again, not again. Baby Monster, I think, is more protected than most. Yeah, but the bar is low, man. Like, even if they're more protected than most, like they're still going through a lot, Like even if everyone around them was like perfectly well behaved, they were never gonna get like, they're never gonna encounter any like bad situation or like some creepy people or anything like that. Even if that were true, like the stress of like the stuff that the idols go through, like for example, like how like the dieting and stuff like that, or like the intense practices, or like the high level of scrutiny they're put under, like all the hate they're gonna get. Even just that is too much for a child, I think. Not even getting into like the, you know, that they'll probably encounter lots of like unsavory people, you know, and it's like it's the entertainment industry. There's going to be a lot of exploitation, right? Or even then, like they're probably very likely to be like financially taken advantage of, right? They sign these contracts when you're like 13. You're not going to be able to fully understand the contract, right? And they're probably not going to be able to like know what is right and wrong, and like what when they were being taken advantage of. Even if it's not something that's necessarily like nefarious or like dangerous to them, there's a lot of stuff like that, you know? Idols must go great at 25, honestly. I think a lot of them are like one thing that's like I think their health is quite bad. Like all the stress they're put under, the lack of sleep, the lack of nutrition, like they literally probably do not have enough nutrition. And then like I would watch like videos about like people who were like idol trainees or something like that, and they do like all the you know, all this like they like answer questions and stuff. And then one of them was like, oh, like what do idols do when they're like on their period or whatever? And then like she was like, oh, like a lot of idols like don't get their period because they're so underweight and they're so malnourished that they just like their body does not function anymore. And I'm like, that's not good. Like that's probably not the best. Like the stress and the lack of sleep and the lack of food. It's just like I'm like that's when you know it's like that's really messed up. Where it's like common for that to happen. The documentary was crazy. You never understood the hate La Seraphim got. I mean, people take it way too far. Like it's one thing to be like I wholeheartedly don't think they can sing. But like attacking them as people, and like sending like hate and like awful comments their way is like why? Like it's one thing to be like you don't have to like praise their singing, and you don't have to like you can criticize their like singing without attacking them personally, you know? I think like any group gets hate for like breathing, honestly. Like people will get hate for like any like even if it wasn't their singing, they could be perfect singers. I'm sure like say like NMIX will get hate for something else, you know? Lisa's like 25 plus. Yeah, all of Blackpink are like older than me, and she's the youngest member. So yeah, Blackpink was actually fine. They were all over 18 when they debuted. They were like 19, 20, something like that. I think maybe Lisa was 18, but they were all much older. And that's why it's like weird, because like you don't have like it's not the secret to success to debut young. Like Blackpink is like the most famous girl group of all time, and they all debuted as adults, you know? Like there's really no need for children to debut. And in fact, it might be better for adults to debut because they're more like mentally capable of handling all this, and like they're probably smarter and more talented. Like they're probably better at singing and better at dancing as when they're 18 compared to like 14, you know? So I really don't understand why they debut so young. Like, are they just like catering to people who like really young people? Like surely that's not a significant, like that's probably like why? Like it just doesn't make any sense. Is it to get like more years out of them maybe? Like because they're like, oh, like we can't have idols who are like 35, so like we may as well get as much time out of them. Like I don't know. I actually don't understand the reasoning. You never attack Mija personally, only her smell and general demeanor. That's fine, yeah. As long as it's not, you know, I could say I'm stinky, you know, but okay, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Give me a couple minutes and enjoy the second time Malomart, BRB. Okay, I'm back. 2 Malomarts, exactly. You guys are blessed today. You guys, it's your lucky day. Talking group is crazy. You don't like cat's eye, but messaging hateful things is mean and also time consuming. Yeah, those people just have too much time on their hands and not enough happiness in their own life. You can get a third Malomart. Maybe if I drink enough water, we might get a third Malomart here. I feel like recently my throat has been like weird. I don't know if it's like the way, maybe I'm just not used to yapping as much or like yapping so much, but like I don't know if it's the way I'm talking. Do I sound different? Like, am I speaking in a different way? I know like Ariana Grande, she like speaks in a specific way to like preserve her her voice. But I'm like, I don't want to like change my voice all the time. Like it sounds kind of hard. But maybe that's the way. Maybe that's the way to. Maybe I'm just speaking too loudly. Like maybe I should just speak quieter and then like it's like easier on my voice and maybe I should just move the mic closer and then I could just speak quieter. Maybe that's the play. But I'm always like whenever I stream, I'm always like talking so loud. Again, and probably everyone who like walks by probably everyone who walks by the hallway is like can hear every single word I'm saying. I think I'm just a loudspeaker. You have so much time on your hand, you have depression, but I ain't sending hateful messages for all I know the person is also depressed. I mean, yeah, I don't think like I think they have both too much time on their hands and they're unhappy with their own life and they want to take it out on others. I think just because you have a lot of free time doesn't mean you're gonna send hate to people. And probably it's just like they're very sad and angry and mean individuals. This isn't Miju's real voice. IRL, she sounds like a chain smoker. You guys got me. I've been smoking. What's a lot? 6 packs a day. 6 packs a day of cigarettes. They're the third issue of needing to blame someone that's not themselves. Yeah, who knows what's going on in their brains? Honestly, I don't personally understand it. 6 packs of diabolical. How many cigarettes are in 1 pack? Like 10? How could you even smoke that much? Wouldn't you be like smoking like every 10 minutes? Like that'd be crazy. 20 in 1 pack? Okay, that's too many. That would be a lot. You'd be smoking like you'd have to just like never stop smoking. I did hear once that Younger Idols actually does sell better in Korea, but who knows if this is true? Honestly, I don't know. But like Blackpink. Like you look at Blackpink and like surely like they're very popular. Your lungs gonna be crying. I've never once smoked a cigarette, don't worry guys. If my voice is like this, it's because like I've been singing Wicked in the car. If you ever hear my voice being dead, it's either 1, I'm sick, or 2, I was trying to sing Defying Gravity and it wrecked me. Maybe you're lighting a pack at once. Maybe just put all the cigarettes in your mouth and then you just smoke them all at once. I don't know how that works. You just tape them all together. Maybe like a funnel? Possibly. Did they make a cigarette funnel so you could smoke more at once? At your worst, you smoked almost a pack a day? Damn. Did it really like, did you notice a change in like your voice and like your throat? Guys, I'm not gonna smoke. I'm a singer, man. I can't ruin my voice like that. If you don't smoke, then why you smell of cigarette smoke? It's because I cook all my food over a fire, like an actual fire. That's why. I'm a man of nature. I don't like using electronics. Blackpink is your favorite group because you hate things that are popular unless I like the thing before finding out the popularity. You're one of those people that we were talking about earlier. You're just setting up a trash fire in the middle of our living room. Exactly. That's how you live, what else are you supposed to do with your trash? Blackpink bias? Jenny. I love Jenny. Jenny's my girl. I want to be Jenny. Survivor Man Miju. That's me. If you guys don't know anything about me, you guys know I love the wilderness and I love making fires and yeah, making fires. That's what you do. Making fires, hunting bears with my bare hands. That's what I do. Yes, that's me. That's what I do in my free time. In Twice, I like Diane. She's my girl. Sorry, I'm saying everyone is my girl. I'm claiming them all. They're mine. You might as well burn your own rubbish for once, saves money and saves the rubbish from ending at the landfill. Exactly. It's really environmentally friendly. But I'm very happy right now with my heated blanket. It's not really touching my lats, but I wish it was. If I just sit with proper posture, then it will touch my lats. Who sits like that, man? I'm trying to fix my rounded shoulders. This one's actually better. Look at this shoulder. It's pretty good, honestly. But this one's rounded. It needs to be like this, apparently. Can you see the difference? This is normal, and it's supposed to be like this. This is normal posture. No, you can't see the difference. Look, there's a difference, okay? Look, it's forward like this. Look. And then if you put it like this, it's like this. If you can see it better from the side. Like, this is normal. And this is good posture. That's what it is. Everyone put your shoulders back. Lift them up and put them back. There you go. That's how it should be. I know you guys are all hunched over. I can tell. You're hunched over and your heads are too far forward. Make sure your head is aligned. Because we all lean forward in our chairs like gamers. So you gotta make sure your head is like aligned with the back of your neck, which is very hard to do and it feels really weird. I also struggle with this. It's a whole thing, man. I'm always getting in trouble with my neck position. It's Sunday. I deserve to sit like a prawn. No, you're gonna wake up sore. You're too old to hunch over. You're laying down. Nice try. Fine. But I got some of you. For sure. Nive and McNeil. Make sure you sit up straight. To be fair, I think it's given context is Red Velvet, where apparently Yeti joined the group. They started to make more money. Honestly, I don't think that's necessarily true. When she joined the group, I think she got some like backlash. And also, I think, let's be real, Ice Cream Cake is a way better debut than Happiness. Like, I think it might have been the song. Your back is actually injured from the gamer position. Yeah. It's not a great position, you know. I think what I need to fix is like my keyboard and mouse using position. You know, like I think I need to like. I don't know what it is. Something about the way I use my mouse. Like I feel like I end up with the wrist pain. You know. So I don't know what the ideal hand position. Like should your wrist be like this? Should your wrist be like this? Like this? Surely it shouldn't be bent, right? Surely it should be like this. Is this correct? What is the right way to use a mouse? And like how spread apart should your fingers be on the mouse, you know? Just chat with carpal tunnel. I think I have bad wrists. I have no idea, man. Should you lift up your wrist like you're playing piano? I would always get in trouble for sagging my wrists when I played piano. There's no right way to use a mouse. Is there not? I guess some people do like different grips, right? Some people hold it like this. But I usually hold it like this. I hug my whole mouse. Sorry. How do you guys hold your rat? I'm sorry. I need to get a new mouse. So I've been trying to research different mouses because this mouse, the scroll wheel is real messed up. So I'm trying to get a new one. I definitely don't use my mouse if I put my hands on a piano. Yeah, maybe not. I guess lifting up your wrist the whole time would be kind of annoying. Because not like you have to move it around, you know? You're keeping it in one spot. If you're playing piano, you need to be able to move up and down the piano. But if you're just touching the key, if you're touching the mouse, it just needs to stay in that spot. To installing a Firefox plugin so I can drag to scroll. Yeah, I think we should just get new ones. Imagine holding it with claw. Some people do. Some people hold the mouse like this. I'm sure there's people in chat who hold the mouse like this. I think like if you're like gaming really fast like this. How? Some people do. Like this. There's a wrong way to use a mouse, like clicking the back of the... Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was clicking on this part and it was really hard to click because it's like near the back. And then it was like hurting here. You haven't touched a mouse in years. Do you have like a trackpad? Is that why? Do you like Everglow? Not in particular. I don't dislike them. Yeah, so I don't know what mouse I should get next. I need like a small one because I have small hands, but we'll see. We'll see. I need a good Stardew Valley gaming mouse and League of Legends. You're still using a wired mouse? I mean, wired mice are good, but then I feel like I'm trying to reduce the amount of cables I have because I have so many cables. You guys have no idea how many cables I have. I probably have like 30 cables. So it's like really annoying. So I just try to minimize the cables when I can. And I feel like, yeah, I'm out of USB slots too. I had to get like a USB hub. And even then, I'm like almost full again because I got one that splits it into 4. And then now I think I need more still. Like I'm like, I even got like my USB-C adapter so I could plug something into my USB-C slot as well. But yeah, so... And then like I find the mouse cable, because you're dragging it around so much, it picks up a lot of dust. So you always have to like clean the... you always have to clean the... like the cable all the time. You know, a great wired mouse for small hands. Yeah, but I don't want a wired mouse. You got a USB, oh sorry, I already did that. You got a USB hub that's already full. I know, I feel the pain. I just have so much stuff. You have a trackpad, you just use a computer. Wait, so how do you use a computer without a mouse or a trackpad? Do you have a futuristic computer? Is it a touchscreen? A good wireless mouse still uses a USB slot for the dongle. Oh yeah. I have a USB slot as well. You're right. I guess it still uses one. Because I have like a... This is where it goes when we're not using it. Sorry. My mouse is unclothed. You made sure to get a wireless headset and mic. A wireless mouse. Headset and mouse. That makes more sense. Yeah, as you can tell, my mic is wired, but that's because I need that nice audio quality, okay? Otherwise, you guys can thank me for that. I would sound a lot worse if it was wireless. But if you're just doing like Discord call and stuff, it's totally fine. Valid? Yeah, exactly. And then I have my camera plugged in. I have a lot of things plugged in, man. I think most of my stuff is just streaming stuff. Use the iPad. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. You don't need a mouse or a trackpad in that situation. I'll get an iPad eventually, but my MacBook is still hanging in there. And it can barely function. And if I leave it unplugged, it will die within like 10 minutes. But as long as you have it plugged in the whole time, it's working. No, mine's 2017, but I spilled a Starbucks latte on it. So it's never been the same since. Like I got the entire inside replaced, but it's still like something's wrong with it. Did you hear about the group with the 2011 liner where her baby tooth falls out? Oh, what the hell? She should not be spending her developmental years in the K-pop group. She can just debut when she's older. They have a stationary iPad, basically. I basically have a computer. It's a laptop, but it's you can't even use it as a laptop because you can't carry it around. MacBooks hang in there. You had a MacBook Pro for 10 years. I don't think mine's gonna last 10 years. It's already very slow. But it's probably because of the Starbucks latte incident. But yeah, it's yeah, I think my MacBook is from 2017. I got it for school, so I don't use it as much anymore. I just use it to watch stuff when I'm eating. So that's why I think like I can just get an iPad. So I can just watch stuff while I'm eating on an iPad. I know I live in a really small apartment and the TV is like 3 feet away from me, but it's kind of hard to look at the TV while I'm eating because it's like on the side, you know? So like I usually just have it in front of me. But I think an iPad would be chill. And then I could like bring it on flights and stuff like that and like watch stuff on flights. Just eat at your desk? I don't like eating at my desk because then it gets messy, you know? I mean, I do eat at my desk a lot of times, but a lot of times I just prefer eating in the kitchen, you know? Cause then I have to like move everything out of the way, and then like if I'm eating like Shin, it's gonna splash everywhere, and you're like, well, I don't want to just like I don't want Shin splashes on my cute whale keyboard, you know? And like I did clean my keys like recently, and they were so dirty, man. But I think they're okay for now. Eat at my desk because I'm a rat. I mean, I do sometimes. I do eat at my desk sometimes, but I like being able to eat at my kitchen as well. I think most of the time I eat in my kitchen. But yeah, I guess I don't really need a laptop and a PC, you know? But I still do a lot of stuff. I still do a lot of stuff on my computer. Like I do all like my banking stuff and like my financial stuff on my MacBook because I just feel like it's more secure, you know? Because, like, who knows what kind of viruses I download on my PC, you know? I would say don't spill, but you know, Starbucks. Exactly. I can't be trusted. No, but I don't usually have open drinks near my computer these days. Just because of that incident. YouTube is my TV, so I gotta eat my desk. Exactly. I always watch YouTube. Oh, yeah, and also, I have, like, a smart TV, right? Like, as most people do. But the TV, when you watch YouTube on the TV, the ads are so long. They're like 55 seconds, 59 seconds until you can skip them. And I'm like, it would never be that long on like your phone, or like I have an ad block on my computer, so like it's 0 ads on my computer. But like I just think like, yeah, why is it so long? I think they just assume because you're on the TV, you're just gonna sit through it because like you're not gonna be like actively pressing skip, you know? I'm like, why are they discriminating against TV watchers, you know? Your kitchen table is full of rubbish. That's rat behavior. Mine is slightly full of rubbish as well. I guess I can't call you up. I used to play GTA mods, so you're convinced your PC is compromised. Exactly. I've definitely downloaded some stuff and downloaded some, you know, played some emulators, that kind of stuff, you know. I don't know what's on my computer. But my Mac I think is pretty safe. It feels like actual TV. True. I guess they're like, you know, the TV people are used to like 3 minutes of ads every like 10 minutes, so like just get used to it, you know? But yeah, I wish it wasn't so like inconsistent between the TV watching. And then also like if you cast it from your phone to the TV, there's less ads. So it's like it's literally just TV people. Your kitchen table is full of bread making stuff. What's next? Did you already finish that bread? How many slices of bread do you eat a day? You know, like how do you go through it pretty quick? But I feel like if I had a fresh made bread, I'd probably eat like half of it at once. Like if it was like it was made that day, I would eat it like a bunch of it at once because like the day it's made is like the best. But I think I need to I haven't done baking in a while. I haven't gotten, like, I think I have a limited amount of unsalted butter left. It's a function of freshness. If I say eat like 3 to 4 and it drops down from the, yeah, that makes sense. Do you have any other, did you, what was it? Did you develop any other good recipes? That's not, maybe not bread. I don't know if I'm capable yet, but I already have bread in my freezer, but like other stuff. When Isat makes raisin bread, you're visiting Alberta. Worth. Isat's diet is 100% carbs. His personal trainer is like, please, like, you need to stop eating bread. What about the protein? You made a pretty good chicken corn cream soup. Damn, that does sound good. Chocolate croissant. Croissants are tough. Croissants are really tough. And welcome in, lad. In the air fryer? You can make bread in the air fryer? What? You tried to back before you knew what I was doing, but it failed. I was using a bread maker. Oh yeah, my mom has a bread maker. Apparently the ones from Japan are good because she brought it back from Japan. She like filled our suitcase with the bread maker. Air fryer is magic. Does it just make everything? I don't have enough kitchen appliances. When I like right now, you guys have seen my kitchen. I don't have enough counter space to have like all the counter space like along the wall is like completely taken up. I have literally just a rice cooker, a kettle, my coffee machine, and my toaster, and that's it. And I would love to have like a blender. I think a blender would be kind of nice to have, and a toaster oven. Oh, I would love to have a toaster oven. But I like don't have enough counter space. So when I move, I'm definitely gonna get some extra stuff. Yeah, you cannot have. Look, I'm Japanese. I can't not have a rice. That was the first thing. Like more than a toaster, I would need a rice cooker. You know. Aren't air fryers just mini convection ovens? Are they? Huh. I didn't know that. I thought they were. I guess I never really thought about what it does. Croissants would be fun to make, but there's technique there. I don't know how. Yeah, croissants are really tough. Cause like you have to like have like the layers, and then but they like I think like the temperature of the butter and stuff is like really important. I'm sure you could. I'm sure you could do it. Also, what's hard is like macarons can be hard. But macarons are so delicious. Tifa. Okay. Ista has claimed Tifa, but I get Aerith. Use a Dutch oven in the oven for the latest one. Damn. Use fancy techniques. Rice cooker is a must. Of course. Can't survive without a rice cooker. Your dad makes coconut macaron. I think it's macaroons. If it's coconut. Macarons are the ones that are like little sandwiches. But macaroons are the ones that are like a pile of stuff and they're like crumbly. And welcome in, Willie. Can you live without rice? No. Absolutely not. When I'm traveling, like when I'm in like the UK and stuff, after like a few days, I'm like, man, I wish I had some rice. Like if I'm in like, even if I'm in like Italy or something, I'm like, man, I kind of miss rice. But it's kind of in many. If I'm in a place with really good food, it's kind of like, you know, I'm like, okay, well, this is really good food anyway, so I'm enjoying it. But if I'm in like, yeah, if I'm in like the UK, it's like I'm tired of eating fries. I just want rice. I just want a bowl of white rice. Get your plums out of the freezer. You made ancho chili? Plum chili last fall, and it was great. That sounds really good. Sounds so good. You're Irish. I guess I feel the same way about potatoes. Oh my god, when I was in Ireland, I was in Ireland for like for work, and my coworkers were like, "Oh, like we're having Chinese food. Like we're having like a Chinese food." And then I was like, "Oh, okay, Chinese food." And then they're like, "Oh, they told me about spice bags." And I was like, firstly, I was like, "What the hell is that?" But then secondly, I was like, "Why do you have fries with Chinese food? Like that is not Chinese at all." I was like, "That's crazy." And we have a really big Chinese population here in Vancouver, and like you would never find fries at a Chinese restaurant. That's crazy. Your mom made coconut macaroons for Christmas. Yeah, macaroons are really good too, but macarons are really tough to make, and they're really good. But they're very fancy. You're white. You have a rice cooker. Let's go. Is it a Japanese rice cooker though? That's the real question. I tried macarons here. They weren't as good as expected. Maybe it was the place. Yeah, sometimes they're like too sugary, you know? Um, you need like a good one, but they're quite expensive. Like here, they're usually like $4 each, and they're like tiny. I'm like, what an expensive price, you know? Um, hardly ever eat rice. You're bad at cooking it. Also, it's not that hard to cook. You can, but it's way easier with the rice cooker. I suck at cooking on the stove as well. Um, the ancho chile has like spicy, smoky spice flavor. The plums complement it nicely. That sounds really good. We don't have a lot of like South American food here. I feel like we're really missing that. Like, I don't think we have much South American food, or even like Mexican food is not as common as it is in the US. And welcome in, is it Legio or Legio? Mostly because Hong Kong cuisine that has changed to a Western palate. Yeah, yeah. I always have like culture shock going to like if you're hearing about like like Chinese food or like Asian food in the UK or Ireland, and like, why is there fries? Like like fries is crazy. I had a friend that always ordered French fries when we went to a Chinese restaurant. That's crazy that they even have that though. Like here, like here, it's like it's not westernized at all because like we have a very big Chinese population, like I said. So like you would not find, like, if you ask for fries, they'd be like, "You don't have fries here." Like, what? What is that? Or not what is that, but like, where do you think you are? Rice and potatoes common in Chinese dumplings. I don't think it's common. It's not. It wouldn't be like unusual to see like to see like potato in some dishes, but like it's not super common like it is in Ireland, of course. Yours isn't because your mom bought you the rice cooker. Yeah, the Japanese ones are superior, but it's better than no rice cooker, you know. Cooking rice on the stove is actually kind of hard sometimes. Um, rice seems difficult to grow. You feel guilty eating it? No, no, no. Right, the rice is plentiful, man. There's so much. Sweet and sour is also not a thing in China either. Only EU and NA. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, but there's some things that like there's some things that are just like it was Americanized, but then it comes back. You know, like that's the thing with like California rolls. Like you will sometimes find California rolls in Japan, even though it's obviously not like a traditionally Japanese thing. But it's like Japan's like, hey, you kind of like, you know, sometimes you bastardize their sushi, and sometimes you make something good. So honestly, California roll is pretty good. And welcome in Mission Nom. If I walked into a Chinese place and saw fries on the menu, you would just like, yeah, honestly, same. Honestly, same. It was definitely culture shock. In the UK and Ireland, because like here, like that would be so like if I walked into like, or like I heard about like some place in the Midwest, and like I had a viewer who was like, who I remember this very distinctly. He was like, oh, I went to a Japanese restaurant for the first time, and then I was like, what did you have? And he said chicken tendies. I was like, okay, that we for what? Like how could that be existing at a Japanese restaurant? So I was like, it's just different, you know. Um, seeing those terraces on the side of the mountain compared to wide open fields seems like it would be harder. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I never really thought about the difficulty of growing something. Like we have tons and tons of rice available. Um, before you got a rice cooker, you made rice in a saucepan, not even a pot, like a saucepan. That's tough. Um, it also seems difficult to harvest. I mean, I guess you're very tuned into the farm. I've never once thought about the farming side of things. You haven't been to a Chinese restaurant in ages? Maybe it's a sign you should go. I love a good dim sum. Fries are for things you eat with your hands, like burger, chicken nuggets. I can't imagine eating a main dish with a fork and then grabbing fries. No, they'll give you fries with everything. Oh my god, when I was in Wales, I was at a pub, and then they were like, I was like, oh, maybe I'll just try the quite common pub food is like tikka masala, right? So like it's like a curry, right? And then they were like, "Do you want rice or fries with the curry?" I was like, "What do you mean? Why would you have fries? Why would you have fries with like an Indian curry? Like what?" Culture shock. Honestly, fries with everything. And welcome in, Bunny. Hope you're doing well today. Before the rice cooker, you had microwave rice from Costco. I mean, microwave rice is very convenient, to be fair. But yeah, rice cookers are just so much easier because like you don't have to like you don't have to like worry about um like you don't have to worry about like timing it or anything like that. It just kind of does it for you. Like you put it in, and then when it's done, there's perfect rice. You know, like you just don't have to worry about anything. And you can set like a timer to have it ready like beforehand and stuff like that. So honestly, I can't really live with. I've never really existed without a rice cooker. You've attempted a home garden. Potatoes are your most successful crop. It might also have to do with like your climate as well. You know. You're a very lazy garden. Honestly, even successfully harvesting your potatoes is pretty impressive. Just came back from Japan. Oh my gosh, yes, I saw your Instagram stories. How was it? I'm sure it was amazing. But yeah, I'm doing good. It's funny to think that it's funny to think I would experience culture shock visiting the UK from the US. There's definitely some things for sure. There's definitely some culture shock. But it's not too bad. When we're done judging the UK, should we discuss the passes for a taco bowl in Japan? Oh yeah, I mean Japan. I mean, okay, look, Japan, Japan, the food is great. The Japanese food is great. Okay, but like because Japan is such like a homogenous country, and there's not that many foreigners living in Japan. Their foreign food can be of very varying quality. Even like stuff like Chinese food, is very like Japaneseified. You know, like it's like not usually like authentic tasting. It's usually just like it's catered towards a Japanese palate. So it's like it ends up tasting a bit weird. And don't get me started on the like the random pasta restaurants you'll find in like the mall in Japan. And like you get like ketchup pasta. Like it really just feels like ketchup pasta. Like I'm like, what is this? Yeah, definitely. There's some obviously like if you're in Tokyo and stuff like that, there's restaurants run by like actual foreigners, like or actual people of that place, you know, like you know, you might find actual like, you know, Indian people like making Indian food, whatever. But even then a lot of times they will like make it more Japanese for Japanese people to enjoy it, you know? But I've never seen the taco bowls. I'm curious. It's sunny here often. You're terrible at watering plants regularly. I mean, if you see my plant, Willie, you'll see that we're in the same boat. You're not getting McDonald's. You're getting McDonald's. That's true. That's true. They also call it maku, I think, sometimes, or makudo. Maybe makudo. Can't remember what the short version is. And I want to visit Japan to see these taco bowls. Oh my god. Sometimes they're yeah. Honestly, if you're in Japan, just eat Japanese food. Like I wouldn't go out of your way to try any non-Japanese food in Japan. Like just in like you're in Japan, so just enjoy the Japanese food. It's all great. Maybe not all great, but like you know, there's lots of really good food. And don't roll the dice with a different type of restaurant. Um, I'm still stuck on the curry with fries. I know that shocked me. That shocked me. I didn't know what to say. Like when he asked me, he was like, "Oh, do you want rice or chips?" I was like, "Rice. It's curry. It's curry. Come on." Um, we called McDonald's Macca's. Yeah, yeah. I think I've heard that too. I think is that British? What do they? No, no. In British, they have a different word for it. Actually, I could be wrong. Maybe it's that. There's so many. There's so many like ways to call McDonald's. You love tofu and ramen immensely. Nice, nice. Tofu is great. Is it Macca's Australian? I feel like they say that in the UK too. Zirconia would know. As our resident, not British person. I remember what it was. I think I've actually never been to McDonald's in Japan. I've only been to Moss Burger, and they have like these like teriyaki burgers that are quite good. But I've never had McDonald's. Cause like, why would I go to McDonald's? Like the thing is, like I'm only in Japan for like 2 weeks at a time. Like, am I really gonna spend one of my meals eating McDonald's? No. Like I'm gonna eat some good Japanese food, you know? Oh, Mackey's is UK. You're right. You're right. Mackey's. The sweet and sour sauce is the best. At McDonald's, yeah, I agree. Honestly, it's so superior to all the other sauces. And I think some places in the US don't have it. I remember when I was in Chicago, we went to McDonald's, and then I was like, "Can I have sweet and sour sauce?" And they were like, "We don't have that." And I was like, "Oh, okay." So then I had to get a different sauce, and it was nowhere near as good. I mean, the pub needs an update on their menu. Yeah, it's like a bizarre thing, you know? Because like here we have lots of really good Indian food as well, and like you would never find fries. Like, come on, at least give us like naan bread and not fries. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need to have fries with every meal. You know, we can have not fries sometimes. Like, we can have a starch. You know, we can have a different starch. Depends on which part of the USA you go to. Yeah, in Chicago they didn't have it. Very disappointed. But I don't go to McDonald's very much either, so. But like McDonald's is like really expensive here. Like if you want like a full meal at McDonald's, it's like $15. I'm like, for $15, I could get like a really good like Korean meal, or like I could get something better, you know? So I'm like, why would I get McDonald's for $15 when there is other options, you know? Especially because like if McDonald's was cheap, it would be a different story. But it's just not cheap these days. Probably depends where you're from, but I noticed it is cheaper in the UK. I noticed like the grocery store in the UK, like stuff is so much cheaper there. Like I was like, cause like I've been used to like grocery prices here just like going up and up and up. Like it's like one thing of butter is like $10, you know, like I'm like, that kind of thing. And like if I want a dozen eggs, it's like even the really cheap one is like $6, and they can go up to like $8 or $9 for a dozen eggs. Um, but in the UK, it's so much cheaper. I was very surprised by that. But it probably just depends. And don't even get me started on Japan. Like my mom's hometown is like a small town, so like the cost of living is very low. So like everything is so cheap. Like all the food and stuff is so cheap. You can get like a really fancy a really fancy meal for like $10, $15. And here like you could get McDonald's for that price, you know? Feels so bad. McDonald's used to have a really good like nacho cheese sauce for fries that was great. Mm. I've never seen that. But yeah, I didn't go to McDonald's. I only went to McDonald's like once in my childhood. And then I only started going like not regularly, but I only started like actually going when I was like maybe like 14 or 15, when I could just like go by myself. Um McDonald's, you said, oh, sorry, I just read that. I feel like your hens are asking for money for their eggs. Maybe. But why would you only have something you can eat with your hands? Why wouldn't you only have the what? Sorry, I'm confused. You guys have the Big Brekkie Burger at McDonald's? I have no idea. I'm not familiar with the McDonald's menu. That was like late 90s, maybe early 2000s. They had, yeah, I was definitely too young. I was eating baby food at the time. But yeah, I never, like, my mom doesn't like fast food and stuff, so I never went to McDonald's. Like, I remember going to McDonald's one time with like a family friend, and that was like the only time I went to McDonald's as a kid. Pub food should be something you can eat with your hands. I don't know. What about like an English breakfast? Like that's a pretty pub food, right? And like you wouldn't eat that with your hands. Go to the pub for hand food, not sit down food. I just feel like they have everything. They have lots of different foods at the pub. But, you know, every time I every time I've been to the pub, the food has been disappointing. Tomorrow's gonna be like tomorrow's gonna be 17 degrees warmer than it is now. That is a crazy range. So what's 17 degrees warmer? What is the temperature? Eating breakfast at a pub, not like lunch, like a brunch. Cause it like wouldn't you enjoy eating breakfast foods at lunch? I don't mind. Like eggs, toast, bacon, beans. It's -12 now. It's gonna be 5 tomorrow. Well, it's like basically summer. 5 degrees? Crazy. I think it's quite warm here. Okay, it's not like super warm, but it looks warm because it's sunny. It's raining daily here now. It's like no rain for 11 months and then 1 month full rain. Damn. I mean, I guess you need that rain, so you may as well enjoy it while it lasts. Cause like here, like whenever we don't have enough rain, it's like we get like wildfires. So I don't know if you guys get that, but we definitely Vancouver's like the opposite of that. We get like rain for 11 months and then like 1 sunny month. we really have the opposite. Sometimes they eat breakfast for lunch or dinner. I guess I have strong opinions on what pub food is. I thought you were American, lad. Because I feel like the pub culture is like very different in the UK and Ireland. I hear seagulls. They're so loud. You're enjoying it. You missed it. Yeah, if I didn't have rain for 11 months, I think I would not feel at home. Because like, I feel like, yeah, for me it's like the rain. As much as I love to complain about the rain. It is very much our climate, you know. So I'm very used to it. And welcome in Kobe. This is Kobe. Act like an angel just like crazy. Of course. It's not on this playlist, unfortunately, but we love the Seraphim. I'm American. True, I've heard that too. Yeah. When I first heard about like, when I was in Ireland, my coworkers were telling me there's like this thing. Can't remember what it's called. I can't remember what it's called. Like I think it's called like a shut-in or something like that. Where like the pubs aren't allowed to operate after a certain time, but like everyone's like alcoholic, so they like close the doors and they like close the blinds of the pub. So like the people inside are like still in there, but they pretend that it's closed, and then they just like drink, and like they just basically keep it open, but they just like drink like all night after that. But they like close everything so that it looks like it's closed, so they don't get in trouble. So like I was like hearing about that, I'm like, damn, that's a whole different world out there, you know? I feel like I never like here when you say like pub, it's like we have pubs, but like not in the same way they have pubs. And they're more like normal, and they're like way more a huge part of their culture, you know? I so desperately need rain. I need to drive in your main character arc. Okay, I hope you get that rain soon then, Angel. Over here only gets like 15 random days of rain. Damn. That's very unlike here. Yeah, for us it just rains like 10 months of the year, and then like maybe July and August it's sunny. But like the rest of the year it's like it rains more often than it doesn't rain, I would say. Like obviously we do get sunny days here and there, but it's definitely a lot of rain. And welcome in, Danny. I'm doing good. How are you? Yunjin and Sakura were uncredited on the track list? Really? That seems illegal. I feel like that should not be. I feel like they don't lose anything by crediting them. Maybe they were on there by mistake. But if they actually wrote something and they weren't credited, that's really messed up. Yeah, it's I mean, I'm not much of a drinking person myself, so like I can't firsthand speak for the pub experience or anything like that, but it was definitely interesting to learn about. Because they're so different than here, you know? Like, there's a lot of similarities, but in terms of like, yeah, the drinking culture, so especially in Ireland, was very, very different. Because I was like, oh, like, what is there to do around here? And I was like, yeah, everyone just goes drinking. I was like, oh, okay. But like, I don't drink, so like, I was like, oh, okay, I don't know what to do. Um, I've been before with BI being uncredited for Whistle, but I think now he is credited. Yeah, that's messed up. Are you software engineer for video game? No. Me during a prohibition era. I'm not saying other people can't drink. I just personally don't drink. I'm not saying it should be illegal. Yeah, so for me personally, yes, I'm in my prohibition era. I think it's for me, it's more of like a health thing. I've told you guys this before, but like I just have a very negative physical reaction to drinking, so it's just like it's not enjoyable. You know, like I would only drink if it's like enjoyable. That's like the whole point, you know. But obviously, it's like it makes me less enjoyed when I drink, so I don't. That's kind of all there is to do here too. You drink though, so it's okay. Other than the driving, yeah. I mean, as long as people are drinking responsibly and drinking safely, then it's totally. No, I don't have any problem with drinking. I have a problem with drinking and driving. I don't have a problem with drinking. As long as people are safe. At a pub, you could drink a mocktail, a non-alcoholic version of a cocktail. Oh yeah, I like a good mocktail. There's some really, really nice ones. Like it's like yeah, there's some really good ones. But usually I just drink water because you know it's usually I get full if I drink a non-water drink. Did you have Yorkshire pudding? Yes, I had it with Gwen and Key. But then they told me the Yorkshire pudding I had was not that good. So maybe I haven't had a good one yet. Because to me, it just tasted like not much of anything, honestly. You love to drink and drive on your private property. I mean, be careful, be careful. I mean, I guess you're only hurting yourself, but don't get hurt. Yeah, it sounds very dangerous. But I guess it's better than putting other people at risk, you know? Because, like, honestly, the people drinking and driving, if they get hurt, that's one thing, you know? Like, if they get hurt, but then, like, the people drinking driving on a road are, like, endangering everyone else around them, you know? Which is really the main problem. But if you don't value your own safety that much, I guess go for it. I guess not even go for it though, because like if you really do hurt yourself, like people have to help you. You know, like you're not gonna just you know lay there and die. You know, like the ambulance people have to come get you, or like someone's gonna find you, stuff like that. It's not a victimless crime. According to Google, also has roughly as many days of precipitation as Vancouver does yearly, and you refuse to believe it? Really? Does the precipitation include snow? I'm from West Canada. I'm from Vancouver. Your birthday is December 11th, almost twins. Oh yeah, I think we have some December 11th birthdays. We have a lot of December birthdays in the community. It's a pretty common birthday. It does include snow. Maybe that's why. I guess that makes sense because like we don't get snow. We don't get many days of snow, so maybe that it kind of evens out in that situation. I have no idea. I feel like it must rain here more though. Your September baby, nice. I don't have a strong preference on when my birthday is. It just is what it is. When I was younger, I would like combining my birthday and Christmas presents to get like one big present. I like that. You're also 5'1"? Oh my gosh, Jenny, we're like the same person. Apparently Bergen is way worse than Vancouver though. Really? In rain? I mean, I'm sure there's lots of places that rain more than Vancouver. You haven't met a September baby in your life that much? I think it's quite common. I think it's fairly common birthday month. I don't know. Isn't it the most common? Am I wrong? Or is that, I don't know. Kimmy is. There you go. Bergen is 200 to 240 rainy days a year. That's terrible. Poor Bergen. They must be very sad. I don't know what the most popular birthday month is. I think it might be September. I feel like I've heard it's September. Let me look this up. Solve it once and for all. Most popular birthday month. And then September was the most common. Oh, August. August is... Wait, sorry. This graph is showing something else. Births per month. Yeah, September. But September and August are very close. July is shortly after, and then after that is December, actually. So maybe that explains all their September birthdays. Apparently it's due to... Sorry, the Google AI answers are always like contradicting what the search result said. Cold weather, snow, romantic fires, and holiday parties. That's why. You might have been, yeah, maybe New Year's, people getting drunk, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, maybe cold weather. You went to school for computer tech and website design. Nice. I hope you enjoyed it. I guess December's up there. I'm getting like different results. I guess it's like different populations. New Year's. A lot of New Year's conceptions, possibly. Yeah, I feel like it would be a very different thing in Japan as well, because like in Japan, like New Year's is like a very much a family holiday. It's not like a getting drunk and partying holiday. So maybe it would be different. Does any of that programming language become useful? You avoid it? I mean, I do it for a living, so it is quite useful, yes. I work as a software engineer. What do you think about James Gunn's new DC universe? I have no opinion. I'm sorry. I haven't seen like any of the movies. I've seen like the original Wonder Woman, and that's about it. It starts with a New Year's kiss, probably. It just spirals from there, you know? Then that's how babies are made. You learned it here. Yeah, it's I don't think there's a huge like I mean it seems like there's a few months with like big spikes. I wonder how many percentage of births are like unplanned. Like, because I would have assumed that like if you're planning on conceiving, then you would just kind of like go for it whenever you're ready, and then just like eventually it would work, you know? But like, because you can't exactly plan, because you might not be able to conceive right away. So like, do people like think ahead? They're like, oh, I want my baby to be born this month, you know? I want this birthday, you know? Although I hear some people like they're in labor on New Year's and they want to like hold it in until like the next year or something. I don't know why. I feel like I wouldn't care. But I'm also, like I said, I'm pretty like agnostic to dates, you know? Is agnostic the right word to use? Maybe not. You're learning Python, C, and more Java this semester. I'm sorry, you have to learn C. I don't want to know how babies are made. Okay, we won't tell you, Danny. They get delivered by Santa. It says that to try for a few months. I think that's common, so you can't really like plan it, you know? Like you could be trying for like a year. Hold it in, it's not pee. I think you can hold it in, you just have to not push it out. Honeymoon babies are probably the highest percentage of planned pregnancies. Really? Do you think like do you think a lot of people want a baby on their honeymoon? Because you really want to enjoy your married life for a bit before you have a child, you know? Maybe back in the day, like more traditionally, people get married and have a kid right away, you know? But these days I don't think that's the case because like stuff is expensive, you know? Like it's expensive to have kids. And probably people don't have like a house yet. Not today, honey. I don't want to smoke Scorpio. You say that as a joke, Ricky, but I assure you, there's probably so many people that plan it like that. They're like, I bet. They're like, the Libra moon is rising right now. Like we can't have it now, you know? And welcome in Desmond. And you mean are you talking about IVF, Desmond? That is an option, but it's very expensive. And it's you know, very invasive. Honeymoon babies means they're conceived from the honeymoon. Yeah, I know. I'm just surprised a lot of people would want to conceive at the honeymoon. And enjoy my life without child or will never enjoy life. I mean, yeah, you should not have a child unless you really want one. Natural conception will likely see a decline since current technologies like IVF and genetic prediction give consumers much more freedom. But IVF is so expensive. And removing eggs is like a really invasive process. It's a really difficult process for women. Unless they somehow make it easier, I don't see that being common. Because I think for a lot of people, it's like a last resort. Like you just try, and then if you really can't conceive, you go for IVF. If people are abstaining before marriage, honeymoon babies will be the most unplanned. Yeah, I guess so. I guess in like a more traditional setting, if people are abstaining before marriage, then I guess conceiving during a honeymoon would be common. Because like it's not like you conceive before that. You're a male Scorpio and you're proudly giving all of us a bad reputation. Oh no. Yeah, I bet a lot of people are like having some sort of moment about their child's like star sign or whatever. There's a new IVF method that reduces the painfulness of IVF by a lot. Damn, you're very knowledgeable about this for someone who does not want children. Damn. Is it like related to your job or something? Your mom is also Scorpion. She's the best person I've met. Aw. You just know they have some reputation. I mean, yeah, I'm not an astrological sign believer, personally. I mean, if you believe in that, go for it. Have fun. But don't judge other people based on that. And welcome, protagonist. I don't know what we're talking about, protagonist. We're talking about snow, babies, maids, Scorpios. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know what we're talking about. I think we're talking about IVF and having babies. I don't know. I don't know how we got here. Don't ask. This always happens. The economics is important. We could do things like eliminate breast cancer. Oh yeah, that's an interesting subject though, because like how much are we like gonna check with the before birth, you know? 'Cause, like I think it could quickly spiral out of control, you know? Like if we're picking which egg and like which kind of genetics we want out of the child. Have I been to Disney World? What? Is this related? Is this a segue? I have not been to Disney World. I've only been to Disneyland. Disney World is quite far from me, actually. How do we go from food to this? I don't know, lad. Oh, you started with birthdays. We're talking about which month is the most common birthday month. Yeah. And then we're like, oh, because it's like people are conceiving on New Year's. So, that's what we got here. There's so many red chatters. Oh my god, yeah, that was not Desmond. You're right. I got you guys confused. I thought Desmond was like talking about genetics and then asked about Disney World. I was like, why? But it was Danny. Oh my god, like, when people have the same color name, it get confusing. Yeah, okay. I didn't realize that Zirconian said. Yeah, I've been to California, Tokyo, and yeah, the names are the same length. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I've been to California, Paris, and Tokyo. Um, um, Hey Jeonkyu got released from prison recently from being the first person to directly gene edit a human. That's pretty crazy, actually. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you kind of have to set like a line somewhere, cause like, where do you draw the line? Where where do you draw the line before it becomes like eugenics? You know? Speaking of genomics, have you been to Disney World? Yeah, that's what I literally thought. I was so confused. Um, change your color. You can change your color yourself in the. I can't change it for you. Um, you can choose your color from. It's like to the left of the chat box, I believe. Um, I hope everyone is having a nice Sunday. Me too. Me too. Um, yeah, it's a. It's all I thought maybe it was like related, like maybe like it's like, oh, there's too many children in the world. Have you been to Disney World? Have you seen the amount of children there or something? Like, I thought it was like I think it's a leading conversation. But yeah, that makes more sense. But yeah. Um I don't care about gene editing because it's too late to fix me anyway. Yeah, I think for me it's like, do you really need to improve upon perfection? What would I even change? Like, nothing needs to be changed, you know? But if you guys could gene edit yourself, what would you change? Um, for me, what would I change? I'd have to think about that. I think it's too late to change stuff like height. Is it too late to change height? I wouldn't mind being taller, but it's not like a big deal. Like, I don't really care that much. I think if I were to change something, I would probably change like, I feel like I have a lot of like I feel like I have a very sensitive stomach. I feel like is that a genetic? Can I change that? Um but yeah, I don't know. You would change your height? You want to be taller or shorter? Olympic physical performance in every sport. I don't think you can easily change that in your genetics. You probably would also need that's also a bit of nurture in there, you know? You'd be 6 feet. Right, right. Can I change your race? Can you do that? I mean, I guess you could if you were changing your genetics, but like, you also would be lacking like the cultural context behind the race as well, you know? So it would be weird. I don't know. You'd want to be Asian, but then you wouldn't really be Asian, you know? Like, it would be like you would be genetically Asian, I guess, but you wouldn't be Asian. You know what I mean? Um, extensive training. I mean, I guess, but isn't it too late for that? You need to start training like at a very young age, probably to be Olympic level. You'd be 6 feet. Yeah. If I could change my height, I just want to be like a bit taller. If I could be like 5'4", I think that'd be kind of convenient. I don't know. Like, but then I see like Wonyoung. You guys know Wonyoung, and she's so tall and pretty. Like, should I be like 5'6"? Like, oh, if I was 5'6", that'd be crazy. Um, you're not 5'4"? No, I'm 5'1". I'd like to increase my metabolism and healing factor. Can you increase your healing factor? But I feel like I don't get injured that much. I don't know. How many things can you change? um, I don't think I have that many things I want to like. I guess it would be cool to be taller, but would I? I don't really care. I don't know. I don't care that much. I think I'd rather have some sort of like health benefit. You know, like I'd rather be more fit. You know, like I'd rather have better cardio. But that's probably like my lifestyle. It's probably my lifestyle. That's probably not genetics. Um, you have to buy new clothes. That's true. That's true. But I think I would be like cool. Like I think I'd be cool if I was tall. Like if I could keep my proportions but just be like 5 inches taller, that'd be kind of sick. I don't know. Like I could reach tall stuff. I don't know. Like maybe that'd be nice. But then I feel like I would rather just have a less sensitive digestive system. Like I don't know if it's genetic or just like I just I'm just eating stuff. But like yeah, I don't know. What if a new trend arises from gene editing where instead of increasing height, people start widening their bones? The new trend is to be square shape with the same width, same height. That'd be really wide. You'd have to change every doorway in the world, you know? You wouldn't be able to, unless you would have to go sideways through every door. If you're taller than like 2 foot. Yeah, you could become a good soccer goalkeeper. Imagine the new NHL goalies are like wider than the net, so like you can't even put it in. That'd be funny. Um, if you grew 6 inches, we'd be the same height. Yeah, we could be the same height. That'd be cool. Um, but yeah, it's seeing what people do with their hair, the alternative fashion gene editing is gonna be wild. That's so dystopian. But I feel like if you even if you changed your genes now, like surely you wouldn't grow more, right? Because like you're already done growing. You'd have to change your genes when you're young in order to be taller. Because like it's not like if you just change your genes to be like genetically predispositions to be taller now, like you're not gonna just grow. Like I don't think it's like I'm 26. I don't think I'm gonna grow now. Oh wait, what? What would you change? Um I know what I want to change. I want to fix my hair. It was unfortunate to have bad genes for your hair. That'd be a good one, yeah. That would actually be a really useful gene editing. Cause that's like definitely genetic, right? Cause like with like stuff like, you know, like your like body conditions or like your organs and stuff like that, like I'm sure some of it is genetic, but some of it's probably like your lifestyle and like what kind of food you ate growing up and stuff like that. Like probably some of it can't be changed. All your cells renew every 7 years on average. They just change slowly over time. But I don't think you would grow. Would you get taller? I don't think much would happen if you're an adult. You can eliminate some diseases but aren't gonna grow. I mean, it would be really great if like say you had a very high genetic disposition to a certain disease or something like that, then you could remove that. But it would be useful in like very certain situations. But yeah, I don't think you would grow. I just feel like that wouldn't work. Recommendations if you travel to Tokyo? I mean, it depends what you're interested in, honestly. You couldn't grow, but hypothetically get a straight septum after 7 years. Possibly. You might. I think it might be just easier instead of getting a gene editing surgery, just to get like a septum surgery. Yeah, you could just get this. If you're already getting surgery to change your genes, you may as well just fix your nose. You know, like that would probably be less invasive. Food and scenery. Oh, but there's so much good food. Honestly, I don't think Tokyo is really the best place to go for scenery. Because it's just a city, right? If you want good scenery, then you could have you might want to go to more like scenic countryside kind of, or like more like night view, like good view places, which are not gonna be in Tokyo the city. Um, yeah. Japan scenery. Well, there's lots of great places, but it depends. It really depends where you're going. There's some places a little outside of Tokyo that have like really nice views. But it really depends. It depends like what season you're going, and it depends what um regions, like what cities you're going to and stuff like that. Um, Can you learn samurai? I don't even know what that means, bro. You will not become Asian or become a samurai. I'm very sorry. And yeah, take care, Angel. Thanks for enduring. But yeah, take care. Thanks for hanging out. Um, I'm sure there's a place where you could pretend to be a samurai. I'm sure there's like a Japanese equivalent of like a LARPing place. Don't know. I've not tried this myself. Um, I have no idea. I'm sure there must be a place. Tokyo Meiji Forest, Kegon no Taki Falls. Where's that? Kegon no Taki? There's some really nice waterfalls in Japan. There's a lot of waterfalls. I mean, a lot of places are just like, here's our nice waterfall. Like when I went to Wales, they're like, oh yeah, we gotta go to this waterfall. I'm like, man, there's always a waterfall. And then my friend went to Iceland, and he was like, yeah, I saw like 15 waterfalls. Like it was like at a great time, but there was a lot of waterfalls. You don't remember? You just have a huge list of places to visit that I keep updating. Well, I hope you can visit them all eventually. Luckily, it's quite easy to get around Japan, so you can just check them all off the list. Yeah, I definitely haven't seen a lot of scenery areas because, like, when I was younger, like obviously we didn't go to like scenery places because like when you're a kid you don't really like appreciate the scenery. You're just like, I'm bored, mom, like can we go on a roller coaster? Like, mom, can we play in the park? Like, you know, like, so like I obviously didn't, we mostly did like activity, we mostly did like activities, so um the rail system looks pretty nice in Japan. Yeah, it's so efficient, it's crazy. Like you could fly from like Osaka to Tokyo in like probably like an hour and a half. But then you could take the train. It's like it's only like 2 or 3 hours. I can't remember what the time is. But like the Shinkansen is so fast. But yeah, it's quite convenient to get around. Although the Shinkansen could be quite expensive. But it's definitely worth going on. You know. As someone like from a country where like there's not a lot of trains and stuff, like it's you know, where there's a lot of trains, it's kind of it's cool to go on a really fast train, you know. Not that I'm a train person, but it can be faster than flying because when you're flying, you have to like arrive at the airport quite early, and then you have to like go through security, and you have to like, you know, it's kind of it can be slower than a train. And that's one of the reasons I want to visit, to go on the Shinkansen. Yeah, it was definitely cool. I didn't go on it till I was like an adult. I didn't go on the Shinkansen until I was probably like 18. And I was like, damn, it's kind of cool. I'd never gone on it because where my mom is from, there's no Shinkansen. Because it's like the Shinkansen doesn't go everywhere, right? So it's just like, I was like, I went from Osaka to Tokyo like quite quickly, and I was like, oh, cool. Just the rail system in general. Yeah, it is cool. Especially within Tokyo. It's like it's very convenient. It's very punctual. It's crazy. Um yeah, it's very especially if you come from like a, like you said, like you're from like one of those American cities where you kind of, well, I guess if you're from like anywhere except New York, you kind of have to drive, right? So like having like a very efficient public transport, it's like that's definitely culture shock. Definitely culture shock coming from NA, where you're like, whoa, this is very nice. But like pretty much everywhere in everywhere in everywhere else in Japan that's not like a major city is pretty car centric. Like when I go to my mom's hometown, we have to rent a car to like get anywhere because like otherwise you're gonna be waiting forever for the bus. And so we just, and like driving in Japan is can be a bit like The roads are very small sometimes. If you're in rural Japan, the roads are tiny. And I'm like, literally, I'm in a road that like can barely fit my own car, and it's like a two-way road. So you have to like pull over into someone's driveway to like let them pass, you know? Like someone has to move over. Milwaukee is a small walkable downtown. After that is car. There's a bus that's on time. It's slow. You have to transfer. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've heard Vancouver actually has a, by NA standards, has pretty good public transport because we do have trains. Um, if you live on the train line, it's like quite convenient actually. But it's kind of sad that like ours is considered good public transport because I definitely do not consider it good. Especially if you don't live near the train line. There's some situations where like if you drive, it's like 20 minutes, and if you take if you take the bus, because of the way the transfers work, it's like an hour and a half. So like it can be very interesting. It really depends on where you need to go and where you are, you know? If you're going from train stop to train stop, totally amazing. But buses, no, no, no. Yeah, the transfers exactly. Sometimes they're like waiting a long time for the next bus, or the bus arrives early and it leaves without you, or it arrives late. Sometimes when they're stuck in traffic, the buses like they're supposed to be spaced out like every 10 minutes, but then like four of them come at once because they all got stuck, and you're like, okay, what a convenient. This is very convenient. Yes, like what are you supposed to do in this situation? So it's a definitely. But buses are not my favorite. I think trains are definitely superior for public transport. And NA is not the best for them. I'm very happy to have my car. Otherwise, it would be annoying to get certain. Like I'd be very restricted in the places I can go. Like yes, I can take the train, I can take the bus, but um like for example, like going to my mom's house, it would take forever on the transit, and then like I would have to like time when I'm leaving and stuff like that because it's like, you know, the trains don't run, the buses and trains don't run all the time. What car do you have? I have a Hyundai Venue. Um, I wanted a small car, but like again, there's small cars are getting really phased out. Like there's like hardly any small cars on the NA market, you know. So oh yeah, okay. Actually, yesterday I saw a Cybertruck in the daylight because I've seen a few Cybertrucks recently, but I always saw them at night. So like all I saw was their blinding headlights and like not much else. But I saw a Cybertruck today in the daylight, and then I looked in the driver's seat, and it was like some middle-aged man and his wife, and I was like, okay, interesting choice of car, sir. And then you could see like, you know how the Cybertruck is not meant to be like, you're not supposed to get it wet because it's like, is it like stainless steel? I can't remember what the material is, but it's like the type of steel where like if you the water dries on it, it like leaves marks. And like it rains so much here. That guy's car was like so marked up. Like it was like there was so many like water stains like all over it, and it looked so bad. I was like, it was covered in water stains because he lives in a city where it rains 90% of the year. You have a Cybertruck that can't get wet? Like, come on. You live in a real small town, and one person owned a Cybertruck. You see it here locally. Yeah, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I've seen a few here and there. They're getting a bit more popular. For me, the Cybertruck is the ugliest vehicle on the road. Oh, by far, by far. It is so ugly. And welcome in, Gritty. Vancouver, for real, for real. Why would you get a car that can't get wet in Vancouver? Honda HRV will be your next car. Nice. Yeah, the same cars? Can we really? That's crazy. Me and Kimmy are on the same page. It's a nice car. It's fun. It's not fun, but like it's cute. I like it. They just came out, yeah, right? So they haven't gone through winter yet. Salt wreaks havoc on cars in general. Yeah, it was like there was like we haven't had much salt on the roads recently because it hasn't been very cold. But like the bottom part of the car, like the rear bumper was like really really stained already. And I know those Cybertrucks have only been around for a few months. Because I think like a recent shipment came in, I just saw a bunch of them on the road. So I don't know. Might be ugly now, but all the cars in the future will look like that. I doubt it, Danny. I don't think Elon Musk is our future. You don't know if a Cybertruck would survive a winter here? Yeah, we haven't even had we haven't even had salt on the roads very much. Like we we haven't. So those cars I think have only encountered rain, and they looked already like garbage. They're really for rich people to have warm garages for the winter. I don't really think they're like. I watched a video where like they kind of go into all the issues with the like the design and like the material that they use and stuff like that, and it's not really like um it's not I don't think it's necessarily just because you're not rich enough that it doesn't work, you know. um Negative temps next week, maybe. Yeah, maybe we'll see. I hope it doesn't snow. Vancouver just ruins like, or sorry, the roads are just like everyone just like does not know how to operate in the snow. um we are never prepared. We act like we've never seen snow before, and like, oh my god, I hope you didn't have to drive last year when like I had coworkers who were like, they normally have like 20-minute commutes home, and they were stuck in the gridlock last year for like 10 hours. I was like, oh my god, I'm so glad I didn't leave the house. um Having a truck that you store for the winter kind of defeats one of the selling points of a truck, though. Yeah, they're supposed to be quite good in like, adverse conditions because they're like stronger, you know? The Surrey Bridge, yeah, pretty much like every bridge, yeah. It's awful. Even my brother was like, he was stuck in his school parking lot or something for ages. Um, are Cybertrucks the ones that look like microwaves? Do they look like microwaves? I don't know what they look like. They're like the really blocky cars. If you look it up, it looks like no other car. So probably. Probably? I don't know. Yeah, but it's a higher clearance four-wheel drive makes a difference. Yeah, exactly. Having like my car will not survive in the snow. I don't have four-wheel drive and I don't have snow tires, so I just don't drive in the snow. Um, yeah, that's the one. I mean, I don't know what kind of microwaves you're buying, Ricky. I've never seen a microwave that looks like that. They aren't that box. Yeah. I mean, here, like Vancouver, people love Teslas here, but not necessarily Cybertrucks. Like people just normally have like the normal Tesla sedan and like the SUV kind of one. It's quite Teslas are really really common here, but I've only seen a handful of Cybertrucks, and they definitely stand out. Lots of Model Ys. Yeah, I think that's what they're called, the normal sedan one. It's really really common. Every time someone like does something crazy on the road, it's always a white Tesla. It's literally always. It is never a different color Tesla. It's always a white Tesla. I think it's just because apparently the white was like the most common one, or it was like the base model. You had to like pay extra to get like a non-white one. So I think it just happens to be that way because they're more common. But oh my god, I've been cut off by so many white Teslas. Or like white Teslas running the stop sign, or like, like doing something really weird. Like I have a grudge. I have a grudge against white Teslas. But it hasn't been as bad for me recently, but I don't know. Trying to think of which home appliance looks most like a Cybertruck. Maybe like what even? I don't think it's like anything. I don't know. What would it even be? There's so many Teslas on the road here. I mean, I do see the appeal of like not the Cybertruck, no, not the Cybertruck. That's an atrocity. But like of like the normal Teslas. Like obviously, like once you pay the upfront fee, you get a lot of like credits, and like you can like you get some money back, I'm pretty sure, for like driving an electric vehicle, and then you also can park in certain spaces for electric vehicles. Um, the nation of Norway just funding Elon Musk POE2 pilots. Honestly, it's kind of the same here, but there's so many Teslas. Maybe some printers or routers. Maybe like a stapler, because it's had like a really sharp front. If you're a friend visiting Vancouver for the first time, where are the must-go places you bring them to? Well, obviously Stanley Park. I think Stanley Park, and then one of the bridges, like a suspension bridge, either Capilano or Lynn Valley. Capilano's quite expensive, so it depends. Definitely downtown. Some places downtown, like Gastown. Gastown's a good one. I also really like. I'm a big fan of Burnaby Mountain. If you've been there, it's beautiful, especially in like if it's like sunset. Yeah, Burnaby Mountain is really nice, and it's free. It's free. You haven't? It's so nice. I'm such a big fan of Burnaby Mountain. Cybertruck has a toaster fit. Yeah, a little bit because it's like stainless steel. So like, it's like when you like wash like a fork or something, and then like you don't dry it properly, so then you like it like has those like water stains on it. That's what the Cybertruck looks like. You get up around there, nice, nice. It's a nice area. What about restaurants? I think just it depends where they're from. Like if they're from a place that doesn't have a lot of different varieties of cuisines, then definitely we have to like eat like Korean food and Chinese food and Japanese food, and one of my favorite restaurants is Banana Leaf. So definitely Banana Leaf is good. Some dim sum, of course. There's a lot. There's a lot. And like you gotta go to Tim Hortons. Even though Tim Hortons kind of sucks, you gotta go to Tim Hortons. You gotta get the Timbits. Like Timbits, maybe ice cap. They just eat the things that are like palatable, and then you gotta eat it. K-pop and chatting in Vancouver, shilling of always. I'm always shilling Vancouver. It's beautiful, guys. You gotta go. And if a solid, good value, yeah, and especially it depends where they're from. Like, obviously, if they're like Southeast Asian, it's probably not the most impressive to them. But if they're from like, I don't know, like America or something, then because we have so many different types of cuisines that I think it just kind of depends what they like. You gotta get the cultural experience, even if it sucks. Exactly, exactly. It's kind of gone downhill, but you gotta do it. Yeah, there's a lot of good places. Would you brave the line at Phnom Penh? I don't know where that is. I would not line up for anything though. Like I think, like I see people lining up. Like people are always lining up for like what is that place called? Jam Cafe. I always saw people lining up there. I'm like, guys, why are you lining up like an hour to eat brunch? Like, come on. I'm not a fan of lining up for a long time. Phoebe? Yeah, we love Phoebe. Phoebe's one of my faves right now. But yeah, it's there's so much good food in Vancouver. It really just depends what someone likes, like what they're interested in and like what they want to try or what they haven't tried before, possibly. Because there's a lot. Is the food that much better? Probably not. There's probably a place that's like almost as good where there's no line, Unless it's like a really, really big novelty. I can't even imagine what that would be though. Like, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of lining up for, like in Japan, everyone's always lining up for stuff. Like, in Japan, like there's always like an hour-long lineup somewhere. Yeah, there's diminishing returns. Exactly, exactly. It's like I don't really think anywhere is like, yeah, I don't know, like an hour wait. Who knows? How long have I been streaming for? I've been streaming a little over 4 years now. It's been a while. I'm about to become, after another like, another year. I'm gonna become a 5-year streamer. That's crazy. What motivated me to start? Honestly, I got a PC for the first time in 2020, and then I just kind of was like, oh, it would be cool to stream. So then I streamed. There was not a lot of thought behind it. I just thought it would be fun. And then once I started, I just kept going. Because I was like, wow, this is fun. So then I just kept going. But I didn't know anything about Twitch. I literally made a Twitch account. Like I only watched like YouTube videos of streams. So I never actually watched a Twitch stream. I just kind of started. I got introduced to the culture as I went along. There's a line I'm going elsewhere. Yeah, and it's not usually worth. It depends how long it is. If it's like a 10-minute wait, 20-minute wait, maybe it's fine. But if it's like a huge line at the door, then no. Other than concerts where the band isn't there every day. But then you'd have tickets in advance, right? Like you wouldn't be lining up to buy the ticket. You'd have a ticket, and then if you're lining up, then you're lining up to get like a better spot in like the GA area, right? But like, I think, you know, in a concert, then it's a bit different. Or like if you're lining up at like Disneyland, like in that situation, it's kind of like lines are kind of part of the experience. So that in that situation, I guess it's fine. But I mean, then so you've been in line just to get in, but you kind of have to. Like you have no other option. Like you have your ticket. It's not like you're gonna not wait. You kind of have. You know, you already bought the ticket. I think it's a bit different. Cause like it's not like you can just go to a different concert, you know. Like if it's a restaurant, you can just go to a different restaurant. But if it's a concert, you can just go to a different concert. You already have your ticket. Or like lining up. There's lots of situations where you line up. Like when you're flying, like lining up in security, you kind of have to. Lining up to check in, you might have to if you have like a bag, you know. Although sometimes I won't line up to like get on the flight because sometimes everyone starts lining up to board the flight, and sometimes I do if I have like carry on and like they're like running out of carry on space. Then I will line up because I'm like I'm not doing anything. I'm just gonna line up. But sometimes I just like wait. Like if I don't have anything to put in the overhead, I just kind of chill until they're done. Because people will just like line up like so far in advance to get on the flight, which is but it is understandable these days because overhead space. Because they sell more. There's not enough overhead space for everyone. Because the airlines are greedy, you know? That's what I mean. It's the only time I would. You wouldn't line up for security at the airport? Do you travel much? I travel a decent amount. My chat will tell you that I take way too many vacations. I'm constantly not streaming. But I'm back now. I'm chilling. You notice that too when I used to fly a lot? Yeah, people line up, but it's kind of understandable. When you end up in the part of the security where the fast pass queue is and you get held up because some idiot overpaid for his plane ticket and gets priority. What's a fast pass queue? I think we don't really have that. We have like some people like if you have like a certain can't remember what it is. Like some people get to skip the line because they have some sort of like pass, I guess. We are the vacations. That's true, Ricky. Forgot about airports. You used to travel all the time for work, but it's been a few years. Yeah. I mean, you definitely have to line up. But like, it's not like you're doing anything else while you're waiting for your flight, you know? Where did I go in 2024? I went to the UK twice. And then I went to Japan in the fall. We just spend more time on planes than in our flat. No, I don't. You can pay extra to skip the security queue. I don't think we have that. I think maybe there's a separate line for like first class. I don't even think so. Not as security. I don't think your ticket really matters as security. I think in domestic flights here, you could like book your security time so you don't have to wait in line. So those people can go in advance, but that's because you don't have to pay for it. It's like if you book it in advance and you arrive at the time. Or if it's a US flight, some people have like a special US pass. It's called a Nexus pass where you can like cross the border in a priority queue because they pre-screen you for like national security, I guess. I don't know. That's the only thing. Probably a European low cost thing. Oh, true. You guys have that. Like, hey, you can only bring on a bag like this big onto the flight unless you pay us. So it's every time I'm like, I'm looking at a European flight. I'm like, wow, it's so cheap. And then when you add in everything that you need, you're like, okay, it's actually like a normal price. Like you're like, wow, it's only $100, and then you add everything in, it's like 400 $400. We do flight risk. Yeah, they check me extra. No, I haven't been. No, the other day, last year I got like that hand swab thing. They checked my hands. I think it's like when you like, but what is it? Like you put like lotion on your hands, and then they like, they think it's like drugs, so they have to check your hands. But it's not too bad. I only got it patted down once at Amsterdam, which apparently is quite common to get patted down at Amsterdam. I don't know why. They have that, like, they have those machines. They have those machines where like you don't have to take anything out of your suitcase; it just goes through, which is very convenient. And then they had those machines where you have to stand like this. You know the ones where you have to stand like this. They have those in Vancouver now too, where you have to like stand in like a star position. Too sweaty from keyboard and mouse gaming? Possibly. My hands get very sweaty playing games. With the puff of air. Wait, we don't have a puff of air? Do you guys have that? Ours just has like a weird scanner thing that goes around, and they're like, yeah, you're good. That's about it. They usually just like, they do like the swab sometimes if you're unlucky. But other than that, sometimes a dog is walking around. But I've never. Or sometimes they have to check your stuff. Like sometimes they're like, oh, like we need to check your laptop, and I'm like, oh. You need to wait for them to check your stuff, and then you have to like, you can't pack your bag because they took some of your stuff. You know, it's a bit annoying when that happens, but it's only happened to me like once with my laptop, and then I realized I should probably put a sticker on my laptop because it's my work one, and I was like, man, all these MacBooks look the same. They never get checked. I've only gotten checked a few times. But yeah, getting patted down was an interesting experience though. Like I didn't know what to expect, and I was like the lady was very thorough. I was like, okay, this is interesting. But it was over very fast. Save a friend considering moving to Vancouver, what would you tell them? I would tell them it's really expensive. I would tell them, be like, hey, just make sure it's a beautiful city. Don't get me wrong, but it's very expensive. So I would make sure they know that. And it depends like what their career is and like what their plan is, you know? Like they're like, oh, I'm just gonna come here and like, you know, it depends what their goals are, you know? But as long as they know how ridiculously expensive it is here. I've heard about all these like share houses, like where there's like 12 people living in one house, and everyone's paying like $900 to live in the house with like 12 other people. I'm like, man, these landlords, man, they must be raking it in. And who has a house where 12 people can stay? That's crazy. Like she was telling me about this situation where like there's like 3 floors of the house, and each floor has like 4 tenants. Like it's like the top floor and the ground floor and then like the basement, and they all have like 4 tenants on each one. And I was like, that's crazy, man. You have like a hotel going on here. Yeah, not wrong. Yeah. So that's the only downside, I think. I think Vancouver's a really nice place to live. But it really depends, like, it really depends on who they are, what they want to do, and stuff like that. Last time I was in London, they held my bag for several minutes. Like, they routed it to the area where they checked the bag, and you stood there waiting, and the security came over, looked at the bag, and just pushed it out. Sometimes they do that. Sometimes they're like, when you check your bag, and then they, like, look inside, and they're like, okay, bye. And I'm like, you didn't even check it. Like, that's fine. And sometimes they check so thoroughly. Like, oh my gosh. It really just depends. Like, sometimes you see people's bags getting, like, ripped apart. It really just depends on the person. Housing rent prices are slowly coming down now. Hopefully. I mean, I'm locked into my rent right now, but I'm probably gonna move this year, so hopefully I don't have to pay like an exorbitant amount after leaving my rent-controlled place. Um, they have to look busy. They do. They do. Sometimes they just they need something to do. You know. Why move? Just want like I'm in a pretty small place, so it's kind of want a bigger place probably. And I might need to move locations. I'm not sure. Kind of up in the air. And welcome in, Dr. B. Is that correct? Good evening to you. It is midday for me. But yeah, having rent control is really nice because you know it kind of has to be. It's DRB. Okay, okay. I was like, doctor. I was just being respectful, you know, like giving you a proper title. Yeah, I love my little apartment, but it is quite little. It is quite little. I live in like it's like 500 square feet, and you know, it's definitely not a permanent place. I will eventually need. Yeah, I don't think I can live in here forever. You know. It represents your hometown. Yeah, that's nice. Um, one bedroom. Yeah, yeah. So when like you can often getting a 2 bedroom. I guess it could be a studio as well. But yeah, it's 1 bedroom. You have to get a flat with a spare bedroom so I can come over and watch the Canucks. I'm trying. I told you I have a bed. I have a bed. But like I have a spare bed. But like it's not really properly a bed, but it can be a bed. But like yeah, I will eventually have a. It won't be a guest room. It's gonna be like a stream room / office. But I'm sure I can figure out a situation where there could be like a place to sleep in there. Cause like that would be ideal, I think. Like having a second bedroom, but then like having it as an office, but like someone could also sleep in there if they wanted to. Maybe like a sofa that like one of those pull-out sofas could be nice. Who knows? Who knows? You got a tattoo when you're young man. When you're a young man during the army, you decided to get one that represented your town and country. So you got a Scotland flag and DRB. Nice, nice. I guess that's why it's evening for you if you're in Scotland. My username was completely random because I wasn't. I never really had like a gamer tag because I didn't really grow up playing games. So I didn't have like a weird gamer tag that I came up with as a kid, you know. So I just came up with one which for streaming, and then I just it doesn't mean anything. It means literally nothing. So yeah, I didn't. There's no special meaning there. Wishy 85 was your first one. I love hearing about people's like. Sometimes people have yours is totally fine, but like some people have like the most embarrassing gamer tags they came up with when they were like 10, and it's really entertaining. It was also random. The zircoin similarity wasn't really attended. Yeah, what does it even like? What is even zirconian? Like, is it just a random sound, or is it like what does it mean? Or like, is it like sir? I know some people say zirconian as a joke. The arms on your chair look custom. No, they came with the chairs. They just they're really wide, but it's kind of nice. I don't know. You can like put stuff on it, you know? They're huge. I know, but it's kind of nice. I'm not opposed, and you can also do like this, which is sometimes nice. Like, I don't know. I like putting stuff on them. Like I could like hang out here with my phone like this, you know? Futon must be better for bed. You have a pull-out sofa, and there's bars. And there's bars. You have a pull-out sofa, and there's bars in the bed. What? Like, what does that mean? There's just evolved over time because they're trying out all sorts of letter combinations, but basically everything is taken on Switch. I kind of had the same problem as well. Because I was trying to do something that's more similar to my name. So I was kind of starting from my name. Like, my name is Maya. And I was trying to, like, get something, like, similar, you know? But then, like, everything kept being taken. So then I had to, like, I ended up at Miju. And I was like, that's not taken. But then I did games, and then I was like, That's fine. Because like all the short names were just taken. Because I made my Twitch account, like I said, in 2020, so there was pretty much nothing left. Your name is like the metal bullets are made from. I like I eat bullets. Yeah, yeah. Can't trash talk the guy who said his name is I eat bullets, right? They could and they did. Yeah, you can't really stop the trash talking. Love your plushies. Thank you, thank you. Miju is cool sounding. Thank you. I just kept going through stuff until I found something. Was Lead Eater 420 taken? I bet it was taken. You're Ricky. I was here when Ricky was Ricardo Ricky. But Dota made its thing. Oh, so you changed the spelling of your nickname from Dota? You're Richard, but don't tell anyone. No, you're DRB. Yeah, we can't be calling you Richard. I'll never call Miju Maya. You're Miju forever. Now sometimes it's drawing. Sometimes it's drawing when people say Maya. Like it's not like a secret. Like obviously it's not a secret at all. But sometimes people choose to call me by my real name. Like someone's first message will be like, "Hello, Maya," and I'm like, "Hello." I feel like they're speaking directly to me. I'm like, "Oh, okay, hello." It just feels more personal, I guess. Mia. I get Mia a lot. Like if someone's like writing my name down, Mia. Very common. 42 is the meaning of life, so 42 times 100 equals 100 lives. Right. Yeah, that's definitely the reason. I would assume they're trying to riz. I just assume they're trying to be personal. Or maybe they don't like gamer tags. I don't know. Maybe that's why. I would never mix marijuana and video games. Do you want me to die more often? Honestly, I'd rather have a high teammate than a raging out teammate. So that's honestly fine. Any big plans for 2025? Nothing quite yet. We'll see how it goes. The K-pop level justification. Yes, that's so my stream name comes from. I can't even think of a K-pop level justification. ML is for Mr. Lazy. Is it actually? Eminem lover. Oh yeah, it's probably that, Ricky. I think you love M&Ms more than you love being lazy. Your follower numbers are brilliant. Do I have like a 420 in my follower number? No, I don't. I never look at that number. I thought maybe it was like 420 or something. You love Alberta, Banff National Park. Banff is beautiful. I'm from British Columbia, but Banff is gorgeous. I was Lead Eater a long time ago, but someone took that on Xbox Live. I was in college, so I picked the most clever thing I could think of. Then I added a 0 to be sneak. So sneaky. Makes sense. Yeah, I always love hearing the. I think my very first email was like, it was like Hillary Duff lover or something. But I didn't use that one for very long. It didn't stick with me to my professional life, unfortunately. But yeah, I moved past that one. I've had a few emails in my time. I was a very big Hillary Duff fan back then, you know, so it wasn't wrong. It wasn't wrong. I did love Hillary Duff. Yeah, that's the only Little Mix fan. No, I was not. I was out of that by that time, you know, like I already had a proper email at that age. I never had a Little Mix Tumblr, you know. I only had my Ed Sheeran Tumblr. Kimmy has me as Mr. Lazy on our contacts since a long time. Like, oh wait, that's cute. You guys are too cute. You're a Genshin fan. Yes, I'm a Genshin fan. We love Genshin here. Everyone. Everyone's included. Even if you don't like Genshin, you're on board. What's your AR? 60. I hit 60 finally a little while ago. I was playing for a long time and everyone hit 60 before me. I was like, guys, stop hitting 60 before me. But I finally hit it. But I've been playing since 2022. So I've been playing for like 2.5 years. So that's why. You're 55. You're getting there in no time. Don't worry. I was 55 when you started. I'm 58 now. But Ricky, you never play. You never even play. But yeah, I think a lot of people I think Estat started after me, and he hit Air 60 like 6 months before I did. Because I don't do a lot of like exploration or quests or anything like that, and I wasn't very good about doing all the stuff that gets you AR. So that was me. That was a true grinder. He is. He was out gaming me. Because when I first started the game, there was like an event. there was an event for one of my favorite characters, Albedo. And like there was like you had to do these combat challenges to get the reward, which is like a sword for him, right? So I wanted to do that. But the combat challenges were too hard. And I just started the game like recently. And Estat has started like a few weeks after me, I'm pretty sure. Like at least like 2 weeks after me. But he actually ended up helping me on the combat challenge because his account was like way stronger than mine. I was not playing efficiently somehow. But to be fair, it was like my first experience in like a game where like, you know, you had to like it was a big learning curve for me because it was like you had to like build a team, and then you have to like level the weapon, you have to level the character, you have to level the artifacts, and I was like it was a lot of leveling stuff. There's a lot of mechanics in the game. But now I'm a pro. I'm a Genshin pro. I got until I caught up with your daughter. Then once I got there, I just do little bits. I think that's 57, not 55. Oh, that's nicely play with your daughter. That's sweet. That can be, you know, that's crazy now that there's like gaming families, you know? Like the people who grew up playing games are now have children. And you could play Genshin together. The nice family activity. Yeah, it's one of the first things I did, so we could speak about gaming first, personal and fam stuff after. I mean, fair enough. Yeah, so if I have children, they're gonna be a gamer. Yeah, they're gonna be gamers. They're gonna be playing Animal Crossing when they're like 5 years old. They'll be playing Pokemon. Maybe not Genshin, but I don't know. Maybe Genshin when they're older. I don't think Genshin's gonna be around by the time I have children. You're gonna turn your niece and nephew into gamer. What's a good first game for babies? I guess there's kids games, right? Like you know, whatever kids games, like Disney Princess game or whatever the hell they have, you know? I'm sure there's games like that. Or stuff like, I guess Animal Crossing or Pokemon is. A lot of people had Pokemon and stuff. Or like Pokemon Let's Go. Hey, by the time your niece and nephew are old enough to play games, maybe Let's Go Johto will be out. Found that allowed for more fluid combos. Unless, what are you doing? Where have you been? What time is this? OMG, I got Jean. I mean, fair enough. Just, as long as she doesn't start asking you for your credit card. Your niece enjoys Peppa Pigs. There's probably something. Oh, there's probably infinite Peppa Pig games. There's probably lots of like educational games they can play. What if she turns into a Roblox kid? What are you gonna do? Let's go, Johto. One day. Maybe by the time, if you end up having children, by the time they're old enough to play games, let's go, Johto. Or maybe you just count on your sister having a third child, so you have more time for Let's Go Johto to come out. Maybe a grandchild. Sorry. There used to be a lot of educational games. Dojo Workshop was awesome. I definitely play some Treasure Math Storm. I mean, these days, don't they use like Minecraft for education? Only when she's going to Germany to see her boyfriend. I mean, fair enough. That's better. That's a better use. That's a better use of our money than wailing on Genshin. um. And welcome back, Kirby. Yeah, you have a lot of stuff planned for 2025. You're gonna move into an apartment. Good luck with that. Some musicals. I love a good musical. And Wicked. Yes, I can relate to the musicals. Hope I live to see the day Let's Go Johto comes out. I hope so too. You have no idea. Yeah, there's like Minecraft Education Edition. So that's a lot of I think they do use it for education. Because I think like it shows like with all the materials in the game, they show you like it will be like a nickel and it will like tell you stuff about nickel. Like periodic table stuff. Like I think there's a lot of education stuff. You think you've done whaling on Genshin way more than her? You have over 56 characters. Have you spent a lot? I think my Genshin spending is not too bad. I haven't spent on Genshin in like 2 years actually. I did all my spending at the start and now I'm fine. If I'm gonna guess something, it's just a walk-in. Let's go Togepi and let's go Meryl. Ooh, that's your prediction. I think Togepi's a good guess. Your education ended at high school. That's totally fine. Is that related to what is that? Sorry, what is that in reference to? I don't think we were talking about university. You spent 5K on Twitch and EVE Online over a year and a half? That's a lot, man. I know EVE Online. I was watching a video about EVE Online. And like they have like a whole economy, right? Like they have like a crazy economy. Widget Workshop lets you build like electric circuits with switches, light bulbs, and LED panels and other stuff. Oh yeah, that's cool. I think that'd be good for kids. And like but yeah, there's lots of game stuff like that for kids. Came back our 4-hour streams a 2025 thing. Perhaps. Well, yesterday it's just because I didn't have it's only been 3 hours, hasn't it? Oh no, it's been 4. That's crazy. I used to do 4 to 5 hour streams actually. When I was gaming at the time. But now it's just like I'm just yapping. I think yapping streams are shorter because like I have to talk the whole time. Me just grinding. I'm on that Twitch. My Twitch grinding days are over, guys. Like I've told you, we're in a pretty good spot, you know. We're in a pretty good spot. I don't think I need to grind. I think we're just chilling. We're happy. We have a good community here, except for Zirconian. He's leaving streams halfway through because I wasn't a DJ. That's true, but that's because I streamed at noon. I started streaming at noon. And I would end at like 5 p.m. So like that's really late for you. You love streaming Eve. Yeah, Eve seems like it has a really big community, you know? Like a really dedicated community. I was watching the video about the economy and it's crazy. That's some crazy stuff. But yeah, if you mean I thought you meant like if it's like money on Twitch, like for streaming, I thought you meant like gift subs and stuff, but like if you mean like streaming equipment, oh that stuff adds up. You guys have no idea how much I've spent on streaming equipment. But like the thing is once you've gotten all of that, like that was all in like the first year, and then I've stopped. Like there's nothing else I need to buy, you know? Except for like a game here and there if I ever even play a game on stream. That's about it. Oh yeah, and I guess cosplays, yeah. I do buy some cosplays. And those are not cheap, but you know, it's all good. But my stream is net neutral. Like financially, it's breaks even. You know what I mean? That's all I need, you know? I don't care about making money, but if we break even, that's totally chill. Cause I like, you know, we can buy more games or buy more cosplays or whatever. All that stuff. But now it's fine. before when I started streaming, I did not have a job because I was still in school. So definitely needed to break even in that situation. But now it's fine because I have a job. I recognized Pokemon Sword and guessed the game yesterday for those 4 or 5 hour streams. Of course, of course. See, I'm expanding your guys' gaming horizons. You would have never known about Pokemon, Ricky, if it wasn't for me. But yeah, I love doing cosplay. So you gotta I'll think of another one eventually. But we just did one for Halloween, so there's no one in Genshin. I'm kind of considering Sitlali, but we'll see. We'll see. Cause like another character might come out. That's really cool. So we don't know. And I already have so many cosplays, and I'm running out of space to store them. Where should I put them all? What do you work as? I'm a software engineer. So it's Rachel. Work from home. But yeah, it's I'm running out of store. I need a better storage solution for my cosplays. I think I'm like definitely running out. Your truck driver, cool. I would never be able to drive a truck. I would crash it immediately. So I'm okay with my small car. SUVs are too big for me. Gen 10 will most likely come this year too. Really? Hopefully the character designs are closer to Scarlet Violet than Sword and Shield. For the human characters, or you mean the Pokemon? Because how dare you say this about Leon? Have you considered just getting a new chair to pile them all on top of? I've not considered that. No, Zirconia. I want them to be in a cupboard. Human? I don't know. What about Nessa? What do you mean? What about Nessa? My boy, Leon. Leon and his hideous outfit are part of the fun. Ryan? Yeah, what about Ryan? I don't have a particularly strong opinion about the human characters. I think I was really just upset about the lack of character customization, like the outfit options in Scarlet Violet. Because like I don't care if other people look cool. I want to look cool, you know? Like why can't I look cool? What do you think about the new 5 series graphics cards? I don't know, man. I work in tech, but I don't really follow the tech news. I don't really know. As long as my computer works, I'm just gonna keep it like that, you know? Once my computer stops working, I'm gonna ask my brother to upgrade it. Or just build a new one. I don't know what the solution is. Gen 2 and Gen 7 have my favorite Pokemon designs. Nice. Oh, yeah, I don't have a strong opinion about the characters themselves. Except for Leon. I love Leon. As you guys know. Why is the wooden board at the back of the chair have a computer cable section in the middle? It's meant to it slides across where the shelf is. So I think you're supposed to mount I get asked this a lot. I think it's meant you're supposed to mount a TV on it, and then you put it in front of the shelf, right? And then you're supposed to put the couch here. And then so then you can have the TV in front of the shelf, and then when you need to use the shelf, you slide the TV out of the way. I think that's the idea behind this design, but I don't use it that way, obviously, because I wanted the shelf in my streaming background. You love Leon S. Kennedy. We love Leon Kennedy too. Sonia. I don't understand the hype of Sonia's design. I don't think Sonia's that hot. I'm sorry. Nessa is way hotter. Space management design. Yeah. Because it's a small apartment, so it kind of has a lot of stuff like that, you know? But I don't use it in the way it's intended. So now I just have this weird block here, which is unnecessary, but whatever. That's a cool idea. Yeah. What language do you program in? Mainly Python and Go, but I'll use anything. I don't have a preference. And welcome in, Cephis. Hope you're doing well, or Cephius. I kind of just use anything. I'm pretty language agnostic, you know? Python rocks. I don't have a strong preference, I'm sorry. Um, first attempt does his name. Do you guys know each other? Small world, small world. That fees is right. Okay. Your friend got me a 6-drawer dresser. Ooh, nice. I don't have space for a dresser. I just kind of, there's like a hallway closet that I'm pretty sure is not meant for clothes, but I put all my clothes in there because I have too many clothes. She's the same thing as me, and Mod's like a boss. Nice, nice. It's such a small world on Twitch. People always are running into people they know. It's probably like the algorithm, right? The recommended streams. Because like a lot of times people will be like, oh, I didn't expect to see you there. There's like an unlikely reunion in the chat, you know? Happens quite often. But I guess it's like, oh, like, you know, people that you watch also watch this, or like, you know, viewers like you also watch this. That's probably whatever their algorithm is, you know? Something like that. But so it's always but sometimes you run into someone that's like in a completely different place than you'd expect. Like you guys, like if you know each other, like if it's like sometimes like people will be like I guess even Eve Online is very different from what I have nothing to do with Eve Online, you know? So it's kind of crazy sometimes. You're looking at different categories to see what others do. Yeah, I used to play games. But now we're here. And we're just talking constantly. You see the same people all over the place on Twitch? Yeah, it probably has something to do with. But do you always watch the same stuff? Like, is it like, because if you're watching mainly, like, for example, like, for me, I was in the Nintendo space kind of, so like, there was I saw a lot of the same people. But I guess like, you kind of run through the same like groups of people, like, and you have like connections, I guess. So you end up seeing a lot of similar people, but it depends what you're watching. But yeah, you're good at it. Thank you. I'm good for, if I'm not good for anything, I'm good for yapping. It was cool meeting you in another stream and then randomly seeing you dying in Dark Souls 3. Yeah, but that's probably like the algorithm, right? I don't know. But yeah, that was a crazy way for you to join the stream. Because it was like completely, like you didn't even join, it wasn't even like Breath of the Wild. Yeah, but it's funny. Yeah, it can be kind of crazy running into people, but sometimes that's just how it is. Like if you're just watching Twitch, like you just see the same people everywhere. But usually I usually find like I don't watch a lot of Twitch these days, but when I did watch Twitch, I would like find people through others, right? So it kind of makes sense that it would be a similar group of people, you know? Like I'd watch like very similar things. I wasn't just like I wouldn't watch like Diablo and then watch like Pokemon, you know? Like it was all kind of in the same area, you know? Wait, thanks for the big emotes. Yeah, the emotes are cute. Yeah, I think they added that recently because they added that feature recently where you can like do different stuff with the bits now. It's kind of cute. But I think my chat box on here like doesn't just thinks it's normal size. Yeah. I'll probably go pretty soon actually because it's already speaking of the 4-hour stream. I should probably eat some lunch soon. Oh my god. That's a big death. You love this one. Yeah. I think I'll probably leave it here for today. Okay, Nightbot's already on me. Or already got my back. You still have to do the dishes. Yeah, Zirconia has to do the dishes. He still hasn't done the dishes after he cooked pasta like hours ago. That was like 4 hours ago. But yeah, I need to eat lunch as well because I'm hungry now. Yeah. I'll leave it here for today. Join the Discord if you haven't already. We'll be streaming more chatting next weekend, like always. And if you want to join us on Wednesday for some Genshin, I think I might do the thing that I said I was going to do ages ago where I try and play with keyboard and mouse because I always play with controller, and I think it'll be a disaster if I'm playing keyboard and mouse, which is always fun. Because I finished the Archon quest earlier than I anticipated. So yeah, we'll probably do that on Wednesday, but if you want more chatting, that'll be on the weekends. But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. It was a fun time, and I will see you all next time. Bye!